see a whack MC when he bustin', but I just back away real cool, no fussin'. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums and use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds. Open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do. So sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you. Despite the system trying to clamp down on the people will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far, but evil that lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option, they can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin, but then again they do, and that's a problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak, but we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yo, we smoke weed, break up trees. Listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to see us, homeboy, shut up and listen. Thelonious and Big Bennett, brother, check the vision. Mentalities of different realities. Into the Star Trek room when you hear the boom. I be the Walkman with the super bass. Automatic stop, yes, stereo cassette player. With the delayer, freaky lyrical sprayer. Extraterrestrial rhyme sayer. I be the poetical VIC slash master of the ceremony. Tenderoni, won't you come step with me? I'm on a historical journey. Kinda like Sigourney. Implore me to represent the attorney that represents my niggas, go figure. It's the card, they call me Uncle Bigger. Niggas love you blunts, down your liquors. I be the parallel to the fiction. You fixated on this brother's nature. Relaxed behavior, I might save your change. Flip it, rearrange. The whole concept, yo, is good for all your brain. Insane, psychotic, neurotic, black onyx, and hooked on phonics. Just atomic, it bleeds like a bonnet. Cut with the Asiatic, they all up on it. Rhyme static with the Bugatti type of skill. You wonder, is this nigga Vic really for real? It's still, but only necessary in the berry. I'm milk like dairy, they quite contrary. That's scary, but I'm a dog in the prairie. I scurry to grab my bones and just bury. Lyrical flurry, go get your secretary with impeccable diction. My style's like berry. So get a hold of your own shit real fast. Fucking with us, we take it right out your ass. Prairie dogs chill while the other dogs howl. Too many dogs get sent to the pound. Back on the hill, me and my peeps just lounge. Prairie dogs, we keep it on the down. Splatter, don't like gun splatter. We try to climb the ladder, wicked men get better. They make it like splatter, but it really don't matter. Cause you know we coming back to our sons and our daughters. Father, him the one who protects ya, and the mother, she will never neglect ya. Through divine nature, the people respect ya, and in this way I deliver my lecture.
Check 1 2 1 2 1 2. What's up, everybody? Check. Alrighty, let me see here. Oh shit.
They want more. Crime babies looking for food.
All right. Check 1 2 1 2. It is 27 March, Friday, 0910 Central European time. That makes it 0310 Atlantic East Coast America time. What's up, y'all? Appreciate everybody coming out and listening, of course. And today it's going to be kind of interesting. Of course, we have the shenanigans, the normal shenanigans, which are interesting. They get a little spicy here and there. A little bit about Gavin Newsom that's come up that people are discussing. I think that's a good thing to discuss. But just to be in all fairness, not from I don't have this typical narrative all the time, you could say, or typical approach. I know that. But it's just based on what I've seen before. And I just, let things speak for themselves a lot. But then we also got more news. We got news about what is it? What is this? Trump claiming that what is it that he had? Oh, Trump's cabinet member, a cabinet meeting. I'm sorry, Trump's cabinet meeting, and and just so many comments he makes, lies. This thing about Trump. Trump is literally trying to make it seem like he's not begging NATO. I mean, it's like, listen, Trump, listen. I'm sorry, and everyone on Earth. Everyone on Earth. You're not going to run a magic trick on everyone. You ran the magic trick and gaslighted through Fox News, through CNN, through legacy media, gaslighted American people into accepting Trump. The Supreme Court, the politicians, they gaslighted American citizens into accepting Trump. They just did. And they gave him a pass when he came out and said, really behaved misogynistically towards female reporters. I mean, they've given this man a pass. And so I understand why American people have it the way it is. But goddamn, the rest of Earth doesn't have that shit going on in their news cycle. The rest of the Earth doesn't have American politicians just gaslighting the public and accepting a lunatic, making excuses day after day after day. The rest of the Earth doesn't have that problem. So everybody else is able to see through that bullshit. And listen, when you go out and you threaten to invade your allies, Canada, when you go out and you threaten to invade other NATO nations like Denmark, their territory, Greenland, right? And you purposely ignore every single comment made in your rebuke, everyone who was patient and told you why, no, that's wrong. When you have NATO mobilizing its military to defend itself from you, nobody is going to come. No one in their right mind. Let me rephrase that. Maybe somebody comes to your rescue, but nobody in their right mind does. Okay, so it's just that simple, and everyone sees that. The second thing is, listen, Netanyahu, man, Netanyahu, when are you going to go to the United States of America on a plane and speak to the American people? If you need their help, maybe you don't need their help. Maybe Netanyahu doesn't need the United States help, because if you do, you might want to be going there and speaking to Congress. But I suspect they don't want you. That's what I suspect. I suspect Republicans haven't invited you. The Senate hasn't invited you. The Congress hasn't invited you. Because if you notice, you have seen Netanyahu in Congress speaking, in the Capitol building, speaking to American politicians when he needs to. And they invite him. When it's important for them, they invite him. Right now, apparently, what I get out of this is they don't want Netanyahu there, because he would be there, because it's very strange that you start a war that takes so much money. He's totally aware of that. He knows it's a hot topic. He knows Americans are pretty pissed. That's not an accident that he didn't show up. So my whole thing is like this. Netanyahu, since you didn't show up for American citizens, fair enough. The American citizens have the right to criticize, because only American citizens have supported Israel their entire life, non-stop. We are allowed to criticize within reason. We are. And we're allowed to disagree respectfully. And we do. We do. Nothing to do with anti-Semitism, nothing to do with Jews. We love Jewish people just like we love everybody else. We had loads of Jewish people in America fighting with us during the human rights struggle and civil rights struggle in the United States too. Yeah, we have our own distinct history. Don't you know a lot of Jewish people around the world have their own distinct histories in Europe too? Also, distinct in Africa also. Did you know that? Yeah, they do. They're not all beholden to what is going on with Netanyahu. You see what I mean? They're not all beholden to the country of Israel. I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? It's just very real. And so here's the thing about it, Netanyahu, why didn't you at the very least come out? And I'm saying this on behalf of Europeans. I live in Europe. Why didn't you come out and speak against Trump? At least rebuke. This is before the attack on Iran. Before that, Netanyahu heard Trump talking about invading Canada. He heard that loud and clear. Netanyahu heard Trump saying, "Yeah, we're going to take Greenland." He heard that. Why didn't Netanyahu rebuke it? Because it's not a matter of just who's your ally. All of these people have been your allies. Denmark has been an ally. Canada has been, everybody has assisted in this matter to some degree, right? And others, right? But here's the thing. It's just really weird because forget who it is. Everybody should be 100% standing up for each other's sovereignty, borders, period. No matter who you are, that's what you have to do in order to at least want help defending your borders, And isn't this what this is about? Isn't this about the fact that Israel has always needed help defending its borders? And people have always come to its rescue? The least you could expect is that Netanyahu comes out and speaks on behalf of others threatening people's borders. It's just very simple. And I ain't mad at you now. Don't get me wrong. It's your country. I'm not Israeli. Okay, if that's how you want to go out, you go out like that yourself. But I'm just saying, the whole world sees what's going on here. The whole world sees something is not right here. And that is shameful, because otherwise, a lot of people wouldn't have liked and do not like the Iranian regime. But why would you become another problem to yourself? You see what I'm saying? And so we're going to go over that a little bit and touch on that a little, But let's start off with something that most, a lot of people are not touching on. And that is the fact that there's some news about the UN yesterday getting a vote. And I just wanted to go through real quick what countries actually voted for the what is it? The statement, or isn't it called a statement? Isn't that what it's called? A declaration. I'm sorry. I want to go through quickly the states that said yes to the declaration, the states that said no, and then the states that abstained, because maybe about 50 abstained, I believe, something like that. 3 said no, 50 abstained, and then 100 and something, maybe, I don't know how many, maybe more, voted in favor of the declaration, right, regarding slavery, the slave trade. And then we can talk about some of the language and then get into the normal shenanigans. But not that I think personally, I've had a little bit of history studying some of the conversations regarding reparations on the UN level. I know a lot of people that work on these kind of things, not just on that, but issues regarding people of African descent in different countries around the world, right? So reparations is from time to time comes up, but more so discussions about human rights and civil rights being implemented to protect people of African descent against anti-Black racism. So I know a lot about the law and the conversations that have been happening already. And you know what? A lot of these conversations and agreements are non-binding. Some of these non-binding agreements, but the fact that there have been conversations going on is a great thing. That shows you that some of the folks that automatically speak poorly about reparations don't even know anything about the conversations in different countries around the world. Individual countries have been having their own conversations, and they're very different depending on what nation you go to. You can debate about how good they are. I know Denmark has had a conversation for the last 20 years. Denmark has actually had serious conversations. It's been on international news. They've had debates about reparations. They've had visits from people from the U.S. Virgin Islands. That used to be a colony of Denmark where people had slaves. Famous or not famous, wealthy Danes back in that period had plantations in the U.S. Virgin Islands. And then Denmark sold the Virgin Islands, or, the Danish West Indies. They sold it to the United States of America. And to this day, they still don't have the right to vote. Now that they're sold to the United States of America, they can't vote for who the president is. They can't vote in federal elections. They don't have that power yet. It's just a territory. They don't have the same rights as you and me in the United States as being, for being American. Somehow they're American, but they can't vote. That's supposed to be taxation without representation, right? We're supposed to be against that, right? But with some places we're not. Some places we're just not. There's more to it than a lot of people think. I'm just going to tell you that right off the bat. I know people that have really worked on this stuff. And I'm not bullshitting you. I'm talking about the people you need to know. And there's a lot behind it. There's been failures in many areas. There's been failures. Ghana, big up to Ghana for working on that. But, Ghana hasn't always been with the part about the U.S. Virgin Islands, hasn't always, been there all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like you might think that they would be, you know what I'm saying? Especially in assisting the conversation between Denmark and the U.S. Virgin Islands. Simple as something like, let's say, hosting a dinner for a Virgin Islands delegation that's coming to Denmark for a week. And normally they have dinners set up for where politicians, news media, they have discussions and things like that every day that they're here, and usually different hosts, right? Attend to doing those things, making small arrangements like that, giving a space or, just taking the lead on things like that. I mean, that's not always happening now. Also, there was a thing about people should know that the U.S. actually, from what I heard, interfered in the last trip that the delegation from the U.S. Virgin Islands was supposed to take to Denmark. So that last trip never even happened because the funding was pulled by the United States of America. They're part of the funding. So this whole shit was set up already. People in Denmark were planning on following up and having the next phase of conversations, and the plug was full. So funding became an issue and a few other things, So the United States always has their hand up the butt of, excuse my language, but up the ass of the U.S. Virgin Islands, and always basically manipulating and toying with it, and, just doing what they will. You know what I'm saying? Because look, they can't vote you out. They can't vote Trump out of power. They can't, they can't speak on the floor. When was the last time you really heard or vote on the floor of the Senate or the Congress? So who can they influence without the proper tools on behalf of their islands and their people? Nobody. They have no say. So this issue about reparations is not just an issue that's flat across the board for everybody the same. For some people, reparations means, hey, we all agree that you need to give these people voting rights. If nothing else, as a form of reparation, you need to, it could be anything you want. But right now, there are some living less, living with no goddamn voting rights. I'm just telling you that straight up, and pay taxes. You see what I'm saying? So it's different how it plays out from group to group, country to country. So it's worth looking into it. So let me just start here and get that part off on the road. And then we can get to the rest real quick. Now, let me see. Let's start this.
Now give the floor to the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Antonio Guterres.
Okay, this is the Secretary of the United Nations. I just wanted to hear his statements. Yeah, seems like he's been in favor of it, but you don't know, because it really comes down to what countries. Now, what countries vote on. But let me ask you something. What country is the Secretary himself from? I'm curious about that. Let me know if you know.
Madam President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, today we reflect on a deep betrayal of human dignity, the abduction of millions of Africans, stolen from families and communities they would never see again. Their trafficking across the Atlantic in conditions so cruel 1 in 7 did not survive the journey. And their enslavement in the Americas, where generations were brutally exploited for their labor and denied their basic humanity. These monstrous acts were the core of a global economic and social order, a system born of greed, built on lies, and enforced by violence. A system that prevailed for over 400 years and haunts our world even now. A system that reflected the worst of humanity. And that is why today is more than a time of remembrance. It's a moment to confront the lasting legacies of inequality and racism. We will never forget the victims of slavery. And we must never forget the malevolent system that sustained it for so long. I'm singing of the laws that deprived the enslaved people of literacy, autonomy, and humanity. the economic, financial, and trade networks that enabled elites and empires, including my own country, to amass wealth built on stolen lives and stolen labor, and the barbaric punishments that maintained control, from shackles and iron collars to flogging and sexual violence. This was not simply forced labor. It was a machinery of mass exploitation and deliberate dehumanization of men, women, and children. The wounds run deep and often go unrecognized. I've often said the transatlantic slave trade was a crime against humanity that struck at the core of personhood, broke up families, and devastated communities. To justify the unjustifiable, slavery's proponents and beneficiaries constructed a racist ideology, turning prejudice into a pseudoscience. This perverse global order thrived because power acted without conscience, and we must use our power for better ends. By reflecting the false narrative of racial hierarchy and calling out the ugly lie of white supremacy, by dismantling its damaging falsehoods online, in the media, in schools, at work, in politics, and within ourselves, and by working for truth, justice, and repair. We recognize the extraordinary courage of the enslaved. We honor their determination to be free, their quiet resilience and their organized resistance, their uprisings and acts of open defiance, their unbreakable human spirit. Now we must remove the persistent barriers that prevent so many people of African descent from exercising their rights and realizing their potential. We must commit fully and without hesitation to human rights, equality, and the inherent worth of every person.
Yeah, okay. He's from Portugal, and Portugal abstained. Yeah, Jethro. Yeah, I hear you, man. Yeah, we're gonna get to that list and talk about it. Yeah, it's interesting.
That is why the second
I mean, it is a reality check how a Portuguese person can sit before us and be in favor of it, and yet the country he comes from is not. It tells you a lot.
decades for people of African descent and
Or no. I shouldn't say is not for it, because an abstaining of a vote is not a no, but it's just not a yes. That's the thing. So, but we'll talk about
the
that.
African
So,
Union's decade of reparations are significant. Let us use them to drive action in 3 critical areas: eradicating systemic racism, ensuring reparatory justice, and accelerating inclusive development with equal access to education, health, employment, housing, and a safe environment. I welcome the steps some countries are taking to apologize for their role in the evil of slavery and to join an honest dialogue about its lasting consequences. But far bolder actions and many more states are needed. And this includes commitments to respect countries' ownership of their own natural resources, and steps to ensure their equal participation and influence in the global financial architecture and the UN Security Council. I urge all member states to become state parties to the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination if they have not already done it. Excellence.
Your Excellency.
you know, it's actually interesting because the U.S., I believe, was one of the last countries to even sign on to that declaration, to the elimination of all forms of racism, right? And that's interesting. Denmark signed on very early, is one of the earliest ones, and I'm going to look that up too, actually. But you know, let's continue. Let's hear what else is there.
Excellencies, we cannot continue to tolerate racial violence or bigotry.
Okay, so he's saying it in Portuguese, so I guess this is the translator.
We cannot keep letting inequality and injustice be ignored. We must turn memory into progress and remembrance into responsibility. The world we seek, rooted in freedom, equality, and justice, is within reach. Let us honor the victims of the transatlantic trade, not only with our words, but with our work. Let us build a future where all human beings live and thrive in dignity. I thank you.
Yeah, and you know, I agree with that myself. I think I'm gonna be honest with you, as I always am. I think racism is for the ignorant. You know, I'm gonna be honest with you. I really do think, because I've had a whole lifetime to think about this and see different areas where maybe it exists in different forms of racism, not just one form of racism. Not, you know, anti-black racism is one form of racism, but racism can pretty much be projected by any person, regardless of where you're from or your color. You know, it's about the circumstance that you're dealing with in a particular moment, you know, and that is a lot of people, you know, maybe I think misquote something, you know, when they say, you know, you have to have power. You know, black people can't be racist because you have to have power, or certain people can't be racist. I don't agree with that. I think anybody can be racist as long as you have the upper hand in that particular circumstance. Very simple. Very, very simple. It doesn't take a whole, you don't have to talk about power only from a superpower perspective. Or no, you can talk about the simple everyday power that a lot of us have when we have small groups together. You know what I'm saying? We don't have to project racism. We can choose to go against that system in our own ways, how, you know, how as individuals, we can, in our own actions on the daily, we have that much freedom to do that. And, you know, but on the other hand, the legacy of it still persists today, and it's such a fucking drag. And I'm going to encourage people to don't die that way. Don't die being a bigot. Don't die being a racist. Don't die being a misogynist. Don't die that way. Like, it is the lamest way, type of way. And there's a lot of people that just don't have it in themselves to correct something wrong that they do. And it's not just about racism, but there's a lot of people that don't have it in themselves to correct bad behavior or behavior they subconsciously project. And that's a bad way to die. It's a lame way to die. You know, me, myself, I try not to deal with things that way. I like to be confronted, and I like to have conversations. And if I do something wrong, then I need to be the first person to speak up about it and address it. You know what I mean? That's what solid people do. You see what I'm saying? I think, you know, some of these issues, man, people are just cowards. And again, not just racism. Some of these things, humanity are just cowards over. We are not the best at admitting our faults. And I'm serious when I say I'm not just talking about this one topic, that we share that in common. Anywhere in the world, you're going to find that there's discrimination, and it always has a connection to either ignorance, and also, yeah, just ignorance. I think that's the root of it right there. You know, just ignorance. You know, but having said that, I commend the gentleman for speaking up, because obviously there's a lot of people on earth that look like him, that don't like him, you know, just straight up. And what is this? Yeah. And anyway, yeah, I'm glad nobody else can see that comment. But yeah, so I commend anybody that, you know, is able to address these kind of issues. But let me hear a little more real quick. 2 seconds. Let's see here. Hopefully there's something up here. Is it here? Hold on. Boom. Let me see what I can do about this. 2 seconds, y'all. Sorry. Here we go. Here we are.
The United Nations on slavery.
Therefore, draft resolution A/80/L48 is adopted.
The UN General Assembly has declared that slavery is the gravest crime against humanity, specifically the enslavement of some 12 million Africans and their descendants through the transatlantic slave trade. The resolution put forward by Ghana was harshly criticized by the United States, where tens of millions of descendants of enslaved Africans live today. We'll be talking about that later on. First, I want to hear the reaction from Ghana.
We have the nerve to be reacting harshly. I mean, listen, the United States doesn't have the moral currency to speak really, on this matter. I hate to say it, I'm an American, but we don't have the moral currency. We don't have the bravery to be leaders in this endeavor. We have a lot of corporations and a lot of people that have made, that are billionaires today that go back to the slave trade in the United States. It's always been this issue of reparations has always been something where we know people largely are against. And it is because it is very hard in a capitalistic country to think of, the economic damage, to rectify it. And there has been generational economic damage that can never be restored against African Americans in the United States of America. It will, as an African American, I would say it will never be repaired because we don't have the leadership in the Congress, in the Senate. And, let's not have any illusions about that. People know when they do something wrong, and there's a lot of ways to go about it. You don't have to, keep in mind, you don't have to wait on reparation. You don't have to wait on the UN. Nobody told you there's a law that says any country has to wait on the UN's leadership. No, you can do things exactly how you want to do things on your own. You could be a leader on your own, right? And a lot of people choose to be leaders on their own for a lot of different issues. You see what I mean? And in a lot of different ways. Countries have the latitude and the freedom to decide for themselves what they do. So there's a good side and there's a bad side. On the bad side, there will be countries that are against this declaration. But on the good side, countries still have the freedoms to do whatever they want to do because nobody else can tell them what to do. You see what I mean? And also, this declaration was even non-binding, but it's interesting. Most of the reasons, from what I've read, most of the reasoning behind either behind voting against it or abstaining from it are the economic implications. And knowing the law, knowing UN law and how it works, really what it means is that this declaration gives advocates and activists more leverage in courts, because when the UN says something, that makes it pretty much something courts have to take into account. You see what I mean? They put their, it gives it a little more leverage, right? Yeah, it does. It does. Especially if you signed on to these, the commitment to eliminate racial discrimination. It does. So in that regards, and a lot of people that are against it don't even know what I'm talking about. The thing about eliminating racial discrimination. Maybe I should pull that up. Let me see something here, just so people know. Let me see. I know Denmark is one of the nations, but Denmark has a small African descent population. So, so you can imagine countries that have larger ones. This has even larger significance, right? Like Brazil for one. Now, let me see. The Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, the ICERD, adopted by the United Nations in 1965, is one of the most widely supported. Now, here's the thing. Here's the thing that a lot of people don't know. Let me pull this up on the screen also. This is the same charter that people use to protect folks from anti-Semitism. Same charter and other forms of discrimination. Did you know that? Yeah, it is. It is. That's why it's called all forms of racial discrimination, not some. Right. And, here it is. Here it is again. So 1965, right, adopted by the United Nations in 1965, is one of the most widely supported human rights treaties in the world. As of 2026, 182 countries known as state parties have legally promised to eliminate racial discrimination within their borders. Legally promised. You understand that? So that means laws exist because of this. You see what I'm saying? That means this is law. They have signed on to make this law in their own country already. I mean, I'm just saying it this way for people that don't know or maybe never heard of this before, right? For some people, it's a damn surprise, right? Let me see. Let me pull this down here too. Now let's go back. Who has made this promise? Almost every nation on earth has ratified the treaty. This includes major global powers: United States, China, Russia, United Kingdom, France, and Germany. Regional leaders: Brazil, India, South Africa, Nigeria, Australia, and Mexico. Nearly all member states. So this treaty is kind of like a follow-up. And there's been several follow-ups for different groups. I hope you understand that. So before you reject it so quickly, you might want to know about the different groups that use that article and have agreements, push different issues, not just about slavery, but other issues as well. Going back to this, you see what I'm saying? So, yeah, look at this. Somebody in the chat is like, well, this is normal because people, let me ask you something. So what about my bunny's ancestors that died in the Civil War? Does he deserve reparations too? Maynard, have you ever read the ICERD? Have you ever read it before? Do you know when the United States signed it? Probably not. My advice is before you get instinctively triggered, you might want to read some of this stuff, because I noticed that a lot of people have feelings for nothing. What are your feelings out there for? What you're hearing shouldn't invoke feelings, man. I think what it should invoke you to do is research a little bit. But in any case, you know what I'm saying? Having feelings without researching is kind of a waste of energy. You know what I'm saying? It's not that deep. But in any case, let me go back here to the, I just want to illustrate the same countries, that have signed this, are now up there because of this document. You see that this new thing doesn't stand alone. There's binding treaties and there's non-binding treaties. So this is a binding one, and these other issues connected to racism, right, are they're part of that, even if they're non-binding, right? So countries usually read them. Like you heard, like you saw here, countries took it up and voted on it. It's very simple. All of this is guided by the UN. It's their process. It's the legal framework from which we operate. Okay, I hope you understand that, right? And the United States also signed on to it, right? And other treaties. So, that's the background of it. Now, it's not one-pronged. There's a whole lot of groups. This person asked a good question. Should my Aunt Bunny and the Civil War get reparations? I don't know, but the Civil War was just in the United States. So keep in mind, this document, this declaration is not just about the United States. You might want to take more interest in it, Maynard, because the Civil War and the Confederates don't have shit to do with Brazil. You know what I'm saying? See, some people are just goddamn off the bat not even willing to think for a second, before they get twisted, you know what I'm saying, in their brain. It's just the fact that it's about, they know some African Americans and they have to live with some of them, and they're still affected themselves by this history. And so therefore they project like nobody should get reparations. Nobody around the world. Forget that declaration. Forget the declaration at all. Yeah, okay, I get you, man. I mean, it's expected. It's expected that, this is just a part of history. You know what I'm saying? But in any case, back to the document at hand here, right? Let me pull it back over. I'm sorry. The UN vote, right, on slavery. Here we go. So it wasn't just symbolic gesture. It was a representation of massive shift in how the international community addresses historic atrocities. Hey, and by the way, for you Russia fans out there, people that love Putin, that ride Putin's nuts every day of the week, guess who signed it? Russia signed it. Yeah, China signed it. You people that are on China's nuts, China signed it. And we're going to get to that part of the conversation too, because I can pretty much guess why they signed it. you know, because there's some goddamn hypocrites. They only get behind shit that might affect the West. But when you point the finger back at their ass and talk about people that want reparations from them or genocide or anything that they've been accused of on the UN level that they always veto and reject, you see what I mean? Then they don't want to have a conversation. But this is a conversation they would like to have because they know that it affects maybe Western European countries, right? So China and Russia are always on board with those kind of things. But let me tell you, ironically enough, here, I'm telling you, I know what I'm talking about. People that are listening here, click the like button because at least you have a brother that has researched some of this stuff before I bother to open my mouth. Okay? So, here's the thing. CARICOM is a transatlantic slave trade, probably the premier transatlantic slave trade historical group that keeps more records about this transatlantic slave trade on every single country that participated, every single boat that is documented, every single person's name that was listed as being bought on, on a ship that exists, every captain's name, every country's flag. They have it, and they participated. I know it's two groups that participated in drafting this UN declaration here, and I know CARICOM is one of them. And CARICOM does great work. If you're into history and you want to study the transatlantic slave trade, you should look up CARICOM. But they have a database. You can search their database, right? But here's the thing: Russia, they had the nerve to sign this, which is great. Good for you, Russia. But see, I'm not stupid. I'm not stupid at all. I know how Russia plays this game. They signed the declaration, but the same organization who drafted this or co-drafted this declaration, when they pointed out that Russia also is alleged to have participated in the slave trade, Russia denied it. CARICOM has Russia on records as a Russian ship transported 300 African slaves from Cuba, because Cuba was a hub. You see what I mean? In the colonial period. And yes, and Russia had colonial ships. A lot of people don't know this, but Russia had colonial ships that was transporting goods too and trading, right? Now with other European colonial nations in the Americas. I hope you understand that, right? But they had a Russian ship that left from Cuba and transported 300 African slaves to Odessa, at that time colonial Russia, right? So just for you to understand this. So Russia denies that claim, but they sign this thing. You see what I'm saying? Because they know it's specific about the slave trade, and their whole thing is that they're going to say they have nothing to do with it. That's what Russia is going to say. But Russia, they've been named as one of the countries that involved themselves in transporting African slaves. Yeah, they've been by CARICOM, by the people who drafted this. You got to understand the significance of that. They also signed the Berlin Conference to split up Africa into colonial territories. Russia signed that. They didn't have one themselves, but it illustrates how Russia was there at the table signing documents saying, I agree with you, other colonial nations, and what you're doing. That's a great idea. I co-sign your activities. Russia did, just for people to know. So Russia signed this declaration. So kudos to Russia, man. Congratulations. Now let's continue here. Hold on. Let me see here. Now the resolution led by Ghana with strong backing from the African Union and CARICOM. See, I mentioned CARICOM. They got their own database. Everybody look up CARICOM if you're interested. Now, I didn't say interested in talking shit about slavery. I mean interested in researching the facts about slavery. The transatlantic slave trade, at least. There's a difference. You see what I'm saying? There's a difference between the two. The resolution titled Permanent Remembrance of the Victims of the Transatlantic Slave Trade and calls for the reparative justice passed with a significant majority. Okay, so key declaration defines the trafficking of enslaved Africans and racialized chattel slavery as the gravest crime against humanity. So this is where people objected. Who cares? It's three countries that said no. But let's focus on the ones that abstained. That's not object. I'm sorry. Abstain. This came up a lot the issue of calling it the gravest crime against humanity. People objected to that. And I'm not sure how I feel about that either. But it just illustrates how cautious you should be when these things are being drafted, because in my view, a lot of people don't agree with me, but this has nothing to do with CARICOM or anything like that, because I got total respect for the work that they've been doing. And they do indeed do excellent work. The information that I had that I just mentioned to you, I got from their own database. So you see, that's how I know Russia was accused. You see what I mean? And that's how I know Russia said, no, that's not us. Just because it had a flag on it on the ship that said Russia don't mean it was us. Yeah, that's what they said, But in any case, damn, where was I at? What was I talking about? Right. The gravest crime. It pays, in my view, and this is also in activism too, and in politics. The most neutral language is sometimes the best. So that's just my little take on that. So this says gravest crime. A lot of people, then that will come into a debate. Why is it the gravest? Is it the gravest because it's the longest, or is it the gravest because of the activities? And then, but there's another thing about this. I mean, so there's different ways to look at this, right? That was one of the things due to the scale and duration and systemic nature, right? But some people wanted to stay away from that language at gravest, right? Crime against humanity. A crime against humanity. I don't know why it couldn't just have been that myself. I'm not an expert, so that's something I would want to ask somebody from CARICOM about. But to move beyond the symbolic apologies towards reparative justice, this is the thing. Since it wasn't, listen, you got to understand something. It's not something that happened a long time ago. My own great grandmother, who I knew in my lifetime, I was a little kid, 5, 6, 7, 8, something like that, 9. I forget what year she died, but I remember her well because I loved her. We used to go over her house. I used to go over my grandmother's house where my great grandmother also lived. And my great grandmother one of them was born on a slave plantation herself. You see what I mean? And she died when she was like 99 years old. You see? And this was in the 70s. You see what I'm saying? So slavery, there was still slavery in the United States at the time, or people that were affected by slavery in the United States were still alive when motherfuckers had pictures, photographs, the first televisions. You see what I'm saying? So you have to understand that this is still something in our current psyche and in our current standing. Everything that we have today coincides with those activities. This is not something in ancient history. So the biggest issue is that people are not sure whether this issue was too long ago. Before, they're saying this. I'm just telling you what I read. They're saying that countries shouldn't be forced to pay reparations, and therefore they want to stay away from as much language as possible, even if it's in a non-binding declaration or treaty. They want to stay away from that order, the idea of economic justice, because the reason why they're saying this is because, when countries actually, when this went on, there wasn't the UN. The UN didn't exist. That's the argument being made. You didn't have this world order. So therefore, things that happened before signing, having the world order, before signing on to, hold on, listen to this. I'm sorry, but I can't have no ignorant people up here. Tiger, whatever your name is. Look, excuse me. I don't know where you're from. Let me just go to your little bitch ass channel for a second. Get off my nuts too, by the way. Anybody can talk like that, be rude like you over the internet. You know what I mean? But look, you're a coward because you don't even show your face. You don't want anyone to know who you are. You don't want anyone to know your ethnicity, your nationality, your color, anything. You don't want anyone to know anything about you, your family, and your life, nothing. So your words mean nothing. Okay. So because you said that, I'm about to, block your punk ass. Okay. Because nobody needs you here. So, There you go. I only need serious people here. You know what I'm saying? At least act like you're serious. Now, there you have it. Somebody's having a breakdown and shit. This is funny. But listen, I'm just telling you what the legal parts of it are. So just shut the fuck up and listen. I'm telling you the legal arguments. Whether you agree with reparations or not, that's a second conversation. Just shut the fuck up till we get to that part. You know what I'm saying? You should at least know what countries are actually saying in reality. Okay, so the non-binding document, right, which this is, right, it's a declaration, but a non-binding treaties can also exist, things like this, right? That means you don't have to do them, but what they're afraid of is that the language could lead to something later. So that's how sensitive a lot of nations are to this, right? They were sensitive to it for other reasons too, because even that simple language might help you in an independent civil case in a country that has nothing to do with criminal law or justice in that way. It could be civil, and a lot of cases are coming up civil. Don't sleep. Civil people, companies that were a part of slavery or had connected to slave plantations, they've been getting sued. You may not know about it, but just you should know that that's already been happening. People have been successful with this now. Don't sleep. So, but in any case, this is why a lot of countries abstained, but they made remarks. The EU made remarks. The EU admits this was this was a crime against humanity. They already admit it, and I think some of their statements lead to that. Now, abstaining has a lot to do with the legal implications, whether they want to force other countries to do something, and if any of them want to force each other, so don't, my personal view is that it was almost expected. And at the end of the day, it is a non-binding agreement. So, it's only a small push in the reparative conversation, right? It's only a small push, but I just wanted to cover that. So let's hear what else he got to say. Yeah.
DW correspondent Isaac Kaleji is in the Ghanaian capital, Accra. Isaac, good to see you.
Thank you, David.
So before we talk more about this historic vote at the UN, let's just look at what the resolution says. The resolution calls the transatlantic slave trade the gravest crime against humanity. It calls for UN member states to engage in dialogue on a full and formal apology and for reparations as a concrete step toward remedying historical wrongs. The resolution also urges the prompt and unhindered restitution of cultural items to their countries of origin. 123 countries voted in favor of the resolution.
So you hear that. So these are the parts. Slave trade is the gravest crime. Okay, that's one thing. Calls for apology. The apologies don't cost money. Apologies, are they money? No. Restitution of cultural items. Is that money? No, that's articles that have been taken, during this period. Cultural artifacts. Okay, that's not money, So whoever that clown was, look, somebody earlier was up in my chat bitching and moaning and shit at them. What about my grandmama who was a Confederate soldier? Should she get reparations too? Well, yeah, maybe we should give her fucking Confederate flag back. Yeah, maybe we should do that, okay? Because that's what they're asking for here. See, so many people disagree with reparations and they don't even bother to want to know what it is. You see what I mean? They automatically assume that it strictly means pay these people billions of dollars. That's it. Don't want to hear it anymore. That's what it means. And that's a lot of projection because it tells you how much money must matter to that person. They know money matters. So that's why they just instinctively run to, it must mean money. No. But again, it shows you how important money is, right? It's a possession one does not want to relinquish in a capitalistic world. You know what I'm saying? It matters. Having money helps you. Yeah, it does. It helps you. You know what I'm saying? It's not the only thing, though. And it's not the only form of reparation. It's not the single item of reparation. It's only one component. Other components can also happen too. And see, in a non-binding agreement, that means you're free to decide. Do you understand that? In a non-binding agreement, you are actually free to decide pretty much what you want to partake in and what, because understand this is a broad declaration. So different countries were involved to different degrees. So the response doesn't have to be the same. It has to be according to what makes sense to that particular country's involvement. You have to understand that. That's how it works in reality. So, but nonetheless, let's go on. Yeah, let's go.
3 voted against it, including the United States, and 52 countries abstained, including the UK.
Yeah, that was Maynard. Maynard's sweetheart grandmother was a Confederate soldier. Can she get reparations? Yeah, you can have your flag back. What the fuck? What do you mean reparations? Did somebody take her dress? What the fuck? You want her old ass gun? You want her Confederate uniform back? Here, take this shit. Whoosh. All right.
And all of the European Union. So, Isaac, let's start, though, with Ghana. How are people there reacting to the news?
So a lot of people have been following this particular campaign for a long time, like 3 years ago. But this year, it has been intense and people have been following, and a lot of celebrations in terms of people being happy about the fact that eventually their president was able to lead this campaign and the UN has adopted this resolution. So the reaction has been positive. People have been happy about the development today.
Yo, Survive said, how the fuck should Confederate soldiers get reparations that fought against the abolition of slavery? Yeah, they want reparations for fighting against the abolition of slavery. I mean, isn't it enough that you got to enslave people? What the fuck? They act like that's like gaslighting like a motherfucker. That's like the pimp wanting to get, you know what I'm saying, want to charge the prostitute for making him pimp her. That was the crime. That was so hard. Me sex trafficking you was so fucking hard. I need reparations. But listen, it's worth noting that slave owners got reparations. Do you understand that? They got their reparations. It wasn't too old back then. And we're talking about the 1700s. Listen, don't sleep. Washington D.C. late 1700s now. They got slave owners in Washington D.C. got fucking reparations. You have to understand that. And and it's documented. Now, and this is when the Capitol was already in D.C. It was, I believe, it was already in D.C. when this happened. So the Capitol had already moved, you see. So from Philadelphia to D.C. at that time. So this is not early. This is still, this is about the 1800s, beginning of the 1800s. Matter of fact, let me look that up. Just that's an important piece here. Did slave owners in the USA, including D.C., get reparations? And if so, when and what states and how? Let's see here. So this is the backside of that conversation. You could argue that reparations shouldn't happen because we didn't sign on to the UN. The UN didn't exist at that time. It wasn't a body. But it didn't stop you from giving slave owners reparations. Look, slave owners got reparations. Just the states were so excited. They were like, man, fuck this. We got to go out on our own. We don't give a fuck what England does. We going to give our slave owners reparations first. They were in a race to give reparations to the motherfucking slave masters. Look, the answer is yes, but it happened in a very specific way. That's true. People should take note and not generalize, right? Here we go. The way that is often left out of standard history books. While the United States never paid reparations to formerly enslaved people, it did pay reparations to white slave owners in the District of Columbia. You have to understand that. That's the city I come from, right? Here are the details. And that's how I know, because I know a lot about my city's history. I'm a proud Washingtonian, also. I don't just live in Denmark, in Copenhagen, Denmark. I love Denmark. I'm proud to live in Denmark. I'm very happy and lucky that I live in Denmark. Denmark's a wonderful country, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart too. But before I came to Denmark, and even when I came to Denmark, I've still been a proud American that takes interest in knowing my city's own history. That's how I knew this. And I know a lot of other historic facts about the town I come from. But here's the like a lot of Washingtonians, we're pretty proud in that way. But here's the detail of how and when it happened and where. The District of Columbia, the most prominent and only federal instance. You see, federal. Now, see? So this is not even the state. This is like the federal. You know, this is like Trump and MAGA Mike Johnson and all of these motherfuckers got together and was like, reparations, it sounds great to me. You know, anybody who's been harmed should get reparations, including the slave masters. That's literally what they said. The slave masters have been done a wrong. They deserve reparative damage. Okay. The most prominent and only federal instance of compensated emancipation occurred in Washington, D.C., yeah, my hometown. The law on April 16th, 1862. Look at this. This is not the 1700s. I must be losing my mind. I am. It's 1862. This is not ancient history. That's what I'm trying to say. This shit is not ancient history, man. People had fucking laws. And they had laws, country laws like this. They had state laws. They had courts. They had lawyers. They had all that shit. Everything you see. Constitution, motherfucking every fucking thing. And reparations. They had that going on too. So don't sleep. And people in each country need to look this up for themselves. Look it up for yourself. Ask yourself, do the arguments make sense? Ask yourself, where are you placing yourself for tomorrow's journey? Ask yourself. The law of April 16, 1862, President Abraham Lincoln signed a District of Columbia Compensated Emancipation Act. This was 9 months before the Emancipation Proclamation. 9 months before the Emancipation Proclamation. So they got theirs first. And only. Because the slaves never got they got their freedom, but they never got reparations. But the slave masters did. The payment. The federal government set aside $1 million. I mean, I think Washingtonians should fucking sue DC today. Sue DC, sue anybody involved, sue the federal government. Washington, D.C. Residents should sue the fucking federal government over this. Fuck everybody else who was a slave in America. The people in D.C. need to sue just because of this. You see what I'm saying? And anybody else that thinks they can, any lawyers that think they can add on and broaden this case. Okay, fine. But I said, I was joking when I said fuck everybody else. But you see how specific it is. We talking about D.C. here. You see what I mean? So they in my view, they have a clear case. The payment, federal government set aside $1 million to pay loyal Union slave owners for their loss of their property. Damn. What, are these Confederates fucking mad they didn't get reparations? Maybe that's what he was getting at, the other guy. You know, my grandmother, man, went to Confederates. So should she get reparations? Maybe that's what he mean, and I didn't get it. All right, so the amount of owners were paid up to $300 per enslaved person. God damn, that's a lot of money. This is human trafficking here, by the way. You know? And that's a whole lot of money for the 1800s, 1860, right? Which ain't ancient history. I mean, they had some fancy clothes, these people, too. If you ever go to, I try to encourage people to go to some of these colonial museums in D.C. You see how some of these people like George Washington and them was dressing. They had some fancy ass clothes, yo. Straight up. Interesting. But in any case, the amount of owners were paid up to $300 per enslaved person, roughly $9,000 to $10,000 in today's money. Yeah. Damn, that sounds about right in trafficking, low-level trafficking. You know what I'm saying? This is about right. Not low level, yeah, but you know what I mean. Yeah. Sex trafficking, they do this. 10,000. It sounds about right. The result, over 3,000 people were freed, but the money went entirely to the former slave owners. The newly freed black Americans received nothing. In fact, the law also set aside $100,000 to pay $100 to any formerly enslaved person who agreed to leave the United States and move to places like Liberia or Haiti. Are y'all following me? I mean, this is the law. This is the law. This is the law. That's what happened for people that want to know. So when we talk about reparations and can you do that and why we shouldn't do that and hey, you can't do that. Well, you didn't say that here. No. People were literally only giving this money if they got the fuck out of the United States of America. I mean, can you imagine that? That was the deal. You couldn't get your $100 and stay. Yeah. 2 state level attempts. While DC was the only place where this was fully enacted, there were several attempts to do the same in border states, slave states that did not succeed the Union. Delaware in 1861, Lincoln drafted a bill to pay Delaware slave owners to free their slaves over a period of 30 years. The Delaware legislature narrowly rejected it. Damn. Maryland, Kentucky. Hold on. You see this? Yeah, these are facts. This is facts, man. Delaware ain't want to pay their slaves. Okay. Maryland, Kentucky, and Missouri, Lincoln repeatedly urged these states to accept federal money to end slavery voluntarily. He believed this would shorten the Civil War. However, the legislators in these states refused, often because they felt the payment wasn't high enough or they didn't want to lose the social structure of slavery. Yeah. So the amendment, 14th Amendment, ban 1868. The Civil War ended. Southern plantation owners, many of whom had fought for the Confederacy, demanded compensation for their lost property. To stop this from ever happening, Congress included a specific clause in the 14th Amendment. Neither the United States nor any state shall assume or pay any claim for their loss of emancipation of any slave, but all such debts, obligations, and claims shall be held illegal and void. So at that point, it became illegal to compensate slave owners. But this is only about the United States and Washington, D.C. This over here is not about that. This is about all the countries. So again, non-binding agreements or non-binding declarations, they give different countries latitude to decide what best suits them and how and what part and etc. That's the whole point of it being designed that way. So now that we did a little background so you can understand like some context to some of the arguments and ask yourself, do they make sense? Here, let's hear some more from this brother here.
And Isaac, Ghana has been pushing for this resolution for a while now. Tell us more about what's behind that.
So Ghana has been the epicenter really of this whole narrative about slavery because the country has several castles and forts, and many of them were used in the this slavery trade that took place many centuries ago. And across the country, in fact, we have two of the key castles, the Elmina Castle and also the Kepo Castles, where people always come to visit to see the devastation that took place because of slavery. And seeing this edifice there and trying to remember exactly how our forefathers...
No, somebody, low-key, you should study a little more. I'll encourage people to actually do real study on these topics before they interject and act like they know things, say things. Low-key, he's saying, but shouldn't they sue companies, right? Should you hold those companies accountable? The advocate for the South to do what they did. Listen, actually, no. These companies still exist. Money has transferred. You need to, before you go out and make a suggestion like that, you should first research. Secondly, he says, but wait, you can't because they don't exist. No, that's not real. That doesn't happen. Money gets transferred to start new companies. You know what I'm saying? And it's all on record because that's the law. I hope you understand that, right? But and then he said, so you want to blame the country? No, I don't think they said anything about blame. I think you might not be studying. You might not be researching this. And then he says the whole country wasn't with the South. Yeah, who said that? Who said the whole country was with the South? Who said that? Nobody's. You seem to be having a different conversation, Loki. Nobody said that. You know, and I'm gonna caution people because sometimes people can be subconsciously phobic, right, against certain conversations. But what I would say is that, I would abandon that approach because a lot of times you're already actively involved in things that represent the same type of shit, and you just for some reason don't care about that, but you care about this. And it's the same thing. Like, you know, a lot of people don't know that the United States already paid reparations to some ex-slave owners. So now making the argument that, oh, you want to do, you want to blame. So how do I attach that argument of you want to blame the states to this? Let me see. How do I do that? Let me see if I can bring this back up and see if this makes sense. Let's see here. That comment that Loki just said, so you want to blame the states. Can I apply that to this? The District of Columbia, the most prominent and only federal instance of compensated emancipation occurred in Washington, D.C. The law on April 16th, 1862, President Abraham Lincoln signed the District of Columbia Compensation Emancipation Act. Did he want to blame someone when he did that? Who was he trying to blame? I never heard anyone say he was trying to blame. This actually was about something else, trying to resolve the Civil War. If you just read and research it, my friend. But nonetheless, someone was given reparations. Are you interested in knowing that? Would you like to know who got reparations? Would you like to know who agreed to this? Because obviously Lincoln can't just do that on his own, right? So let's pay attention. This was 9 months before the Emancipation Proclamation. The payment, the federal government set aside $1 million to pay loyal Union slave owners for the loss of their property. So, what do you think about that? What do you think about that? Can I apply what you said to what happened there? Could I say they just wanted to blame someone when they did that? Would that make sense? So I think, again, the projection you just might want to stop with the projection, because it's telling a lot about the fact that you feel very insecure. No, I don't want to make sense. What are you talking about? I make sense. It's not a matter. Everyone should want to make sense. What are you talking about? I just want to make sense. That's something everyone should want. And you too, you should want to make sense. But I'm asking you a direct question. How do you apply your statement, you just want to blame the states, to this, what was done in the United States? The District of Columbia, the most prominent and only federal instance of compensated emancipation, occurred in Washington, D.C. Did they do this just because they wanted to blame the states? Is that why they did this? The law on April 16th, 1862, President Abraham Lincoln signed the District of Columbia Compensated Emancipation Act. This was 9 months before the Emancipation Proclamation. The payment, the federal government set aside $1 million to pay loyal Union slave owners for the loss of their property. So did he do that because he wanted to blame someone? That's what I'm asking you. Stop projecting, man. I'm Spanish, so I got many races in me. What the hell are you talking about? That's not what this conversation is talking about. You don't need to be a particular race to be a part of this conversation or even understand it. You don't need to be a woman to understand gender violence, do you? You don't need to be gay to understand homophobia. You don't need to be, poor to understand poverty, do you? Now he's saying racism will never end if I act like this. That's interesting, because I'm not being racist. So in any case, let's go on. Loki, I suggest you find some other company, man. If you think I'm being racist. So here we go. So for folks, obviously Loki couldn't answer this question. Right. He's only applying it to some type of reparations. And that was exactly my point. Reparations can happen independently. It doesn't need to happen by the UN. Any country that wants to move forward with some form of reparations themselves, for any political reason they want, for any trade reason they want, for any reason they want, they're welcome to do it. You don't have to wait for the UN. That was my point. And the reason why I was saying that is because it's been done in the past. The UN, also to illustrate, a lot of countries were saying that, they don't want to sign that because reparations and, the UN didn't exist back then, but countries already did pay reparations to slave owners. So that didn't matter. That's what I'm illustrating. You see, that's the whole point of it. See, what I'm doing is I'm talking about the arguments that states are making, but we will get into that. It's going to continue. And again, I'm not saying that I don't harbor any anger towards it. I'm just saying let's talk about how it makes sense, if it makes sense, what's going on. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah. Some of these folks are just out of their mind. I don't know what's going on here, but listen, it doesn't even matter if you're Cuban. I don't care. That's not the point. Again, you don't have to be poor to understand poverty is real. You don't have to be gay to understand homophobia is real. You don't have to be a woman to understand gender violence and gender bias is real. Sorry, you're not making sense. You don't need to be Cuban to understand this either. It doesn't give you an advantage, right? What you need to do is open up your mind and be real. That's all. And research. Do the research that's required to speak on the topic. That's about it. I mean, you taking it a little too far. Now here we go. Oh, maybe he's saying, I mean, I don't understand this at all, man. In any case, let's go back to what this brother was saying here about it, and again, I don't know what he's saying here, what he's about to say. So I can't say whether I agree with him or not. I got to hear him out first, right? So let's hear it.
Fathers actually had to struggle and be taken along the oceans to other parts of the world as slaves. It's something that really keeps people thinking. And I think that this drive or campaign for reparative justice actually is anchored on that we see the remnants of this and we think that something ought to be done, especially even with the issue of securing formal apology from countries that really carried out this particular activity, and in a way having some reparative justice for victims. So this has been ongoing for 3 years now, and eventually we've gotten to this point, driven of course by the passion of the current president who wanted to get this resolution adopted.
And Isaac, let's listen to what UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said about it.
Today we reflect on a deep betrayal of human dignity, the abduction of millions of Africans, stolen from families and communities.
Yeah, we heard this part earlier. Let's see here.
They would never see again. I've often said the transatlantic slave trade was a crime against humanity that struck at the core of personhood, broke up families, and devastated communities.
Somebody's asking, Loki, I don't understand you, man. It's almost like you're not reading, you're not listening. You're making me have to keep going over stuff that I already said plainly. I don't understand you. To be honest, he's like, if you want to be technical, District of Columbia is it a state? He's asking that question. That has nothing to do with it. It was the federal government, my friend. So that's what you need to understand. It was still Washington, D.C. It was a federal city at that time. So, but what matters is here in this particular case, and I would like you to kind of understand how this works, because it's very particular depending on which country and which state and what actually happened. That's what non-binding is all about. So don't attempt to make it make sense in that way that you're trying to make it make sense, because it's not intended to make sense the way you're trying to make it make sense, my friend. I'm just trying. That's what non-binding means. Non-binding means you have the right to decide what in it you want to participate in, and if it applies to you, and if so, in what way. Okay, that's the language of non-binding. So, but as we all read here, okay, just to go back one more time, it's the federal government, okay, that did this law. The law applied to slave owners in D.C. getting reparations, and how much reparation they got for the hardship of having to give up their slaves, their property. Who did this law? Abraham Lincoln on 1862. Abraham Lincoln signed. So that means he didn't write it. It's Congress who wrote it. It's Senate passed it, and he signed it into law. The District of Columbia Compensation Emancipation Act. This was 9 months before the Emancipation Proclamation. I'm going to look a little more into this part. So you see, that's federal government, and DC was a federal city at that time. So state or not, it's the government who did this. So you decide. You decide. It doesn't, to me, I don't see what the point is regarding anything, to be honest. But the payment, just since we back here again, the payment federal government set aside. You see, you heard that, federal government, not the state. Again, so again, I'm going over this, being very particular, so you can kind of suck it in and slow down a little bit, man. Take your time, man. Don't worry about it. No, everybody's not an expert on this, man. You don't need to be. We're just going through some information. The payment, the federal government set aside $1 million to pay loyal Union slave owners for their loss of their property. Yeah. The amounts owners were paid $300 per enslaved person, roughly $9,000 to $10,000 today. In today's money. If you didn't know that, you might say, thanks, brother, for telling me. I didn't know. You don't have to be so, just object to almost everything. It's like, don't be so distrusting. Okay. I'm not trying to harm you, and I'm not trying to lie to you or fool you or scam you. Okay. I'm just simply reviewing what actually happens and what did happen. The result, over 3,000 people were freed. That's a good part of it, right? You could focus on that part, say, yeah, that was great. But we also have to look at how it happened and the reality of it. And the reality is that it is in writing. They were paid reparations, the slave owners. So there you have it. So back to this. And, the reason why I'm pointing that part out to, just for people that came in late, is so we can get to the part where the arguments of abstaining came into play and the arguments of objecting came into play. And then you ask me whether that makes sense. Now, don't get me wrong. It's non-binding. So states were free to do whatever they want to with it. Okay. Even if they don't want to do nothing, they're still free to do that. But even outside of the UN, here's an example of countries moving ahead with something like reparations and not even depending on the UN to define it. Yeah, a country actually said, we're going to do some reparations regarding slavery ourselves. And who gives a fuck if the rest of you do it? You ain't like us. We do what we want to do. And by damn it, we will do this. Fuck the UN. And they went, the UN doesn't exist. And they went out and did this reparations. So that's the point. You may not understand why I'm making this point, but, you got to take piece at a time. And
welcome the steps some countries are taking to apologize for their role in the evil of slavery and to join an honest dialogue about its lasting consequences.
What if instead of designing thumbnails,
do you agree with what he just said? People should go into a honest dialogue. Let me see here. Let me bring that back here real quick. Let's see here again.
The resolution calls for reparations for.
All right, hold on one more time.
For their role in the evil. Struck at the core of personhood, broke up families and devastated communities. I welcome the steps some countries are taking to apologize for their role in the evil of slavery.
Do you welcome, put a 1 in the chat if you welcome countries taking steps to apologize for their role in slavery. Let's take it slow. Put a 1 in the chat if you welcome that. I put a 1 in the chat because I welcome that. I don't see I wouldn't object to that particularly. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't want states to apologize for slavery, if you think that's too far. Let's just see what's going on here. And I would like everybody that's participating in the chat so steadily to also participate in answering that question I just asked in a decent, kind manner. I have to be like this because folks will have me out here, pretending like it's me who's the fucking problem and shit, They acting like I enslaved their ass. It's like, what the fuck, man? Yo, Loki, where you at, man? What the hell? Loki, come on, man. Loki, come on, man. Where you at, man? Where's Loki? Loki, see, this is, you just got to understand, we're in the age of the troll, and there's people that don't want to have honest conversations. It's okay to disagree, but be real about it. Be real about it. Don't filibuster. What's that all about? That's bullshit. You see what I'm saying? And again, I'm only asking about one thing: apology. Do you think apology is something people should get on board with? That's it. Now, I ain't even ask about the rest of it. You see what I mean? We can get to that later.
And to join an honest dialogue about its lasting consequences.
Yeah, Jethro, I heard you. Yeah, it's important to hear the question correctly, though, too. It's true.
Now, Isaac, the resolution calls for reparations for slavery. Are there any specifics on who should be paying reparations to whom?
Okay, so in the resolution that was actually sent to the UN by the Ghanaian or the African team, I should say, the reparation, the demand is that it should be paid by countries that undertook this practice and countries that also benefited from it. So like you mentioned in your introduction, the US, of course, benefited. So they obviously should also partake in paying, and some European countries really who took part in this slavery trade, they ought to pay the reparation. Now, the question has been to whom, and of course that has been one of the key issues why some countries like the US or even, for example, the UK decided not to vote in favor. They, according to the team, they're not asking for money to be paid to African countries or governments. No, they're asking that they should be channeled into a fund that.
Yeah, I know. I've heard of the Jethro. I heard of that. Yeah. Am I familiar with the Greenwood? Yeah, I am. I'm to be honest with you, Jethro, I go a lot of people that follow this channel don't know the things I've been doing before I started this channel, because I don't always talk about it, to be honest. You know what I'm saying? Because, I started podcasting dealing with the political situation in the U.S., and not really talking about slavery or history. I don't have a history channel, and I don't have a channel dedicated to this topic, but it doesn't mean I don't know a whole lot about it, because I actually do, Jethro, and thank you for asking. And to be honest, I have a lot of colleagues that know a hell of a lot about this, and I've spent a lot of time researching this topic. Yeah, I have. And to be honest with you, I probably know a lot more than what a lot of people, way more than what a lot of people might even imagine. You see what I'm saying? But again, just about this topic here, for me, when I hear this, right, this thing about apology, again, we're dealing with non-binding. So you can go as far as you want, and you get to decide what you want to do in a non-binding document. It is so important for people to realize that is what non-binding means. It gives nations the freedom. It doesn't force anybody to do anything. You must understand that. So the mere objection raises eyebrows. You know what I'm saying? But it doesn't determine the outcome totally. But it does raise eyebrows, and it makes you want to ask other questions, right? And these are the questions we're about to ask. Like, what is it that made people abstain, and what is it that made people disagree? And also, who agreed? Because there's a little bit of political play in that too. You might want to be concerned about. Like, everything is not always so transparent. You got to understand that. So I could see, and again, you got to understand, we just demonstrated that you don't need the UN to tell you to pay reparations. Any country at any time can do anything regarding reparations and the people that have history with them anytime they want. You don't need the UN to do it. You don't need to. It's all voluntary. You could embark on that on your own, and you're free to, because you're a sovereign country. And even if you sign the agreement, it's non-binding, so that you still have sovereignty. Even if you signed the agreement, even if you said yes to it, voted yes. You see what I mean? So that's important to know to get the rest of it. If you don't know that, you won't really get what's happening.
That obviously helps to correct some of the imbalances that we've had in the current world because of the slavery, and also to be able to ensure that people who really have been victims of this slavery can be able to heal again and be able to rebuild, get the tools, the skills they need to be
somebody said this is not an honest conversation. Well, I'm having an honest conversation. I can't speak for you. I'm not speaking for anybody's honesty but my own. there you have it.
Economically empowered so that we can bridge this disparity when it comes to economic fortunes across the world. So that is really the model that they are trying to propose. They are not asking that the money is to be given to government, but they want it to go towards targeted campaigns that helps to correct some of the anomalies that has taken place because of the slavery.
And it sounds like that there would have to be a lot of discussions about.
Oh, hold on. Let me hear what he just said.
The model that they are trying to propose, they are not asking that the money is to be given to government, but they want it to go towards targeted campaigns that helps to correct some of the anomalies that has taken place because of the slavery.
I get it. So they're not even asking for money to governments they're not asking for a transition of wealth, financial, shit. Oh, they're talking about programs that work on, confronting the legacy of it. So that's worth noting. That's worth noting too.
And it sounds like that there would have to be a lot of discussions about exactly what those reparations would look like. Isaac, thanks so much for talking to us.
Thank you.
Let's go to the U.S. now. Gerald Horne is a professor of history at the University of Houston. He's published dozens of books, many of them about slavery, including The Capital of Slavery, Washington, D.C., 1800 to 1865.
Yeah, we just read about that. We just read about it. So, yeah.
Gerald,
the slave owners in D.C. got compensated. They got literally in words reparation. $300 per slave today to release their slaves, to free their slaves. That was that's about between $9,000 and $10,000 today in money.
It's so good to have you with us. What's your reaction to this resolution being passed?
I don't know who voted yes. We're going to find out. I'm going through all of this, so we're going to find out real quick.
I think it's a significant step forward. Certainly, it'll be quite useful in the United States of America because, as you probably know, there is an ongoing struggle for reparations to the descendants of enslaved Africans. You may also know that the administration in Washington, D.C., speaking of that, led by Mr. Trump, is unequivocally hostile to this question of reparations. And I would also like to give...
Yeah, it was expected that the Trump administration would be against this. But don't sleep. Others could be too, I wouldn't put it past anybody, and it's because I know things. I know stuff. So you would be surprised who... I wouldn't just put it on Trump, but I think Trump would be outwardly totally against this, you know what I mean? And you would expect anybody under him to be also,
a note of celebration and victory indeed to the president of Ghana, Mr. Mahama.
Yeah, it is. That is a victory for the president of Ghana because it did pass overwhelmingly. I mean, what do you call it? A declaration. It got overwhelming support. So that's a good thing, and that means it got majority, way over majority. So that's a positive thing, that says a lot because it shows that there's countries that, and this is a political thing. You got to understand how this is going to play out on the ground. This is a political thing. The countries that sign this are now going to move forward and work on some of these things. And again, it's non-binding, so they get to choose how they work on it and what best fits their own nation. See, this is the key part of it. And so that means, and if you were listening, the money is not to states or to, people. The money is to programs that help rectify the legacy of slavery. That's different. Maybe education, maybe, just different, I think, things about equality, generally speaking. You know what I'm saying? But everything has to be framed a certain way. When we talk about women's rights, we use the word women. When we talk about anybody's rights, we use terms to describe who we're talking about. So don't let the subject group spook you. Don't let it scare you just because they're talking about people that were the harm that slavery caused people of African descent. Don't let that spook you. Just take a listen to what they're talking about first. God damn, that's the part that I find is concerning. that people will get spooked at the mere mention and therefore shut their ears and just become disgruntled and just not even listen. And that, my friend, shows you where that there's a real problem there. Like, I'm just saying. So
who was walking in the footsteps of the founding father of this West African nation, speaking of the late, great Kwame Nkrumah, and all around,
Rafika.
I think it's a significant step forward.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be talking about reparations in just a second. What does this resolution mean on an emotional and symbolic level for the African diaspora, specifically for people whose ancestors were enslaved?
Well, I think it's quite profound. We in the United States oftentimes recognize that since the population of African descent is a distinct minority, perhaps 13 to 16% of the overall population, we've also and often needed international support and international validation in order to make a step forward.
That is another factor, and it's different from country to country. Brazil has a much larger population of people of African descent. In the United States, it's very small. So no movement without international consensus becomes more difficult. Even the tiniest bit of movement, even just to make sure that it's part of the curriculum, things like this, funding, anything, it requires so much more work per person, because what you're dealing with is a mass that is basically against you. You see what I mean? And you not only have to be progressive yourself, but you also have to work against fighting the mass that's constantly telling you, don't do that. Stop doing that. I'm going to be a border in front of you. I'm going to stop you from doing this. I'm going to find ways to hinder you. That's really what the issue is about. Yeah. And countries can use this in different ways. It's not a unilaterally one thing. So,
and I think that this resolution at the United Nations is precisely the kind of validation that we have needed in order to propel this movement for reparations, in fact.
This is, it is curious. I see somebody saying, Chance, yeah, you're right. And that's what I was alluding to when I'm saying this is going to play out differently on the ground, because I'm just going to tell you, this is going to have some type of trade dynamic to it, and why is that? Because this is human rights we're talking about. And if you look around and you follow human rights conversations, let's take the EU, for example. The EU puts certain standards on nations that it wants to trade with. You see what I mean? And some of those standards are human rights, right? Now, here's an opportunity also for China, even though, to play politics. You see what I mean? And that's damn sure what they're doing. That's why they signed it. But it's an opportunity for them to outshine someone else. Even Russia's ass, who by the way, I said they were totally against CARICOM. CARICOM is basically the group that drafted this declaration. But when CARICOM said that Russia was also a part of the slave trade and had a slave ship with 300 Africans with a Russian flag go from Cuba to colonial Russia, they were like, no. See, so you have to know these parts of the story to get what's going on. So, but they signed on to it. So how it moves on the ground, they're getting leverage. Look at how the United States is responding to Cuba. All of these things add up. You see what I'm saying? Look at how the United States is responding to Cuba. Cuba was a slave island. Fidel Castro's group, right? There were just some ragtag people that were against the government. They were against slavery, open slavery in Cuba. What did they do? They went to the United States and asked for help. The first people Castro went to basically beg for help was the United States. But the industrialists and the narrow-mindedness of the United States at that time, they were like, no, because they didn't have a problem with elitism, basically slavery on that island. They didn't have we talking about workers' rights, by the way, in case you don't know what slavery, abolition of slavery is about. It's about workers' rights, you see. So, they didn't get behind workers' rights then. You see what I'm saying? And the United States said no. So then they went to Russia. What was the option? So that was a fumble by the United States, and the United States is still fumbling today. It's fumbling today, and it's going to have economic consequences for the United States. So this is not a one direct, this is not a what do you call it? A thing where you just point the finger in one direction. No, this is like a star that protracts out and has many different lanes that can have effects. You see what I mean? It has political lanes, it has trade lanes, it has social development lanes. You see what I mean? Inward and outward. You see what I mean? Like, I caution people, don't be so narrow-minded when you're thinking about this. Like, that would be the wrong way to do it. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. But you don't have to do it. I mean, I ain't begging you to do anything, for real,
So you're saying that basically African Americans, in a sense, needed Ghana to put this resolution forward?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
That's an easy one. That's an easy yes.
As you may know, the United States is...
Why not? Why wouldn't we want international recognition? Duh.
Known.
And we want to know who our goddamn friends are. We want to know who's about it. Who's about it. We want to know where we can go and be understood as a people. That makes sense.
Properly as a conservative country. You may also know that polls suggest that a significant percentage of the non-descendants of enslaved Africans are hostile to reparations. They are represented in Washington by Mr. Trump. And so in order to move the needle, we've needed this kind of international validation, which we've just received at the United Nations.
Now, over 50 countries did abstain in this vote, including the UK and the entire European Union. 3 countries, including the US, voted against the resolution. And one reason the US named is that calling slavery the gravest crime against humanity, it said, would create a hierarchy of crimes against humanity, essentially saying that enslavement is worse than other crimes against humanity, including...
It's phony, because there's going to be more crimes, you know what I'm saying? And it's always like that. It's always the one before the last one, there's a potential for the last one to be the worst all the time, So, I mean, I don't really understand it, but that is one of the things that people use to object to it, right? The language in it, I think it's kind of, but again, my thoughts are also, use more neutral language. That would be my thought. And it's also like that inside of the courts of the United States too. There's a lot of things that because the language wasn't neutral enough, the Supreme Court knocked it down, even though there were great ideas like student debt relief. You see what I'm saying? What else? The Farmers Act, Minority Farmers Act, the way it was written, the Supreme Court didn't like it. You see what I mean? And although you could argue that the Supreme Court was zealous in both regards, which they are because they're heavily leaning Republican, right? So, language plays a role in it. And sometimes it could be one word, but then again, there's always tomorrow. So,
murder and rape and torture. The U.S. ambassador to the UN said, this is not a competition. What's your response to that?
Yeah, it's not.
Well, as you probably know, the African slave trade involved murder, rape, and torture. You may also know that the African slave trade lasted for hundreds of years, from the 1500s up until the late 19th century. You may also know that there are still reverberations and repercussions of the unlimited African slave trade in terms of the United States of America, in particular in terms of spiraling rates of incarceration, high rates of unemployment, spectacular rates of infant mortality and death for children. So I think that the resolution, in many ways, is right on point.
Hold on.
This
2
is
seconds.
my favorite dentist.
Sorry about that. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Hold on. So let me see here. Let me go back and let me pull this up real quick and see. Again, all I can say is that I see a lot of questions in the chat. All I could say is that a lot of your answers could be answered by yourself if you just bother to research. You ask good questions, but why don't you care enough to even go ask those questions and find out the answers? You know,
Gerald,
don't make excuses for inaction. If you think something is wrong, why don't you just stand up against it? Why don't you just stand up against it if you think something is wrong? Somebody asked, there's slavery still in Africa. Why don't, what's up with that? Hold on, let me see here. Who wrote this? Somebody wrote this slavery and what is this? Slavery is still prominent in Africa. Why? Well, let's look at what's going on about it. Okay, the UN is very active on this front, but it's important to distinguish between historical slavery, which was the focus of the big vote you saw yesterday, and modern slavery, which is happening right now. So the UN is actually addressing that. So you don't have to scapegoat one bad thing against another bad thing and then make both of them not go away. You see what I'm saying? Like, so it is. And like you're saying, the Barbary Wars also, there's a legacy of that too. Did you know that the people talk about these things on the UN level? I mean, I would encourage people to at least just go to the same source and ask, because to be honest with you, the international law does matter significantly in a lot of affairs that go on. And it's just a matter of some countries choosing to not participate in some of them. That's all it is. But you will find a whole lot of things that are binding agreements by the international law being followed, and you will find some being vetoed on the international, when it comes to people being charged of crimes in The Hague. Everybody has their favorite criminal they want to protect. Russia, China, United States, Israel. Israel doesn't have a vote there, but you see what I'm saying? So, but let's talk about this one. Let's do justice to this situation that just happened yesterday. Let's stay on this and learn a little something about this one. And then tomorrow, you got plenty of room to discuss all the other things that are going on. You see what I mean? Yeah. And I'm going to discuss some other stuff too right after this, but I just wanted to take 1 second, and I could see this is interesting to observe how folks react to this, but I'm going to let it play.
Play a few clips from the UN General Assembly debate on this resolution and get your response. The first one is Ghana's President John Dramani Mahama clearly taking aim at the U.S. and at Donald Trump.
Black history courses are being removed from school curricula. Schools are being mandated to stop teaching students about the truth of slavery, segregation, and racism in American history courses. Books about those topics are being banned in schools and public libraries.
What it is that, when you're an American, like, and your family goes back to the beginning of the country, you're aware of the history, but there's a lot of people that aren't, that could be American and their families go back to the beginning and aren't aware of no history. Then you have people that migrate to the U.S. and aren't aware of any of that history. So then they look at a certain group and they say, hey, man, how come y'all didn't do this? Or how come you don't do that? Have you ever thought about this? And you look at them and you say, man, wow, you don't even know the history, because you would, if you bothered to endeavor in American history, you would have all your answers. Stop looking at me like the way you look at me. Stop asking me dumbass questions. Learn fucking American history. Just take it serious. That's all. That's all people are asking. They're not asking you to do anything else. Just take it serious. That's it. Just like you take everything else serious. Okay? And I think if you just approach it that way, you will get somewhere, you know what I mean? Reasonable. But if you don't, you never, come on. It's like you can't expect people that don't really care and don't really take any interest to give a fuck anyway about anything. You know what I mean? Usually it's just me. I care about myself. You see what I mean? For a lot of people, that's all that matters is their particular struggle. They don't have a big enough heart to consider someone else's. And by the way, I talk about a lot of other people's struggles and acknowledge many groups of people's struggles, So I rarely talk about this topic, but you could see there's some people that just instinctively 15, 20 minutes, one hour, 2 hours of just this one subject in a whole fucking year just fucks their whole day up. They feel it's an injustice to them. They want reparations now and shit. You know what I'm saying? I had to watch V Media's program on the reparations that was just, talked about in the UN. I want reparations now. That was a crime. You shouldn't do that. Have you been reading some of the chat? You know what I'm saying? Racism is never going to end if you keep doing this. Okay. Keep talking about what the UN was talking about yesterday. It's never going to end if we talk about that. Okay, so what about the war against Iran? Is it never going to end if we talk about that? What about every other fucking thing we talk about in the news every other fucking day? Why doesn't the news just shut the fuck up and go out of business if that logic works? You know what I'm saying? Why does anybody have a news channel? You know what I'm saying? Why does anyone talk about anything? Any case,
Museums, art centers, and other institutions whose budgets rely in any way on public funds are being prohibited from scheduling exhibitions and programs or from displaying materials promoting racial awareness or Black history. At the very least, they are slowly normalizing the erasure. They are slowly normalizing erasure.
Slowly normalizing erasure. So, let me ask you, how many people are African American in the chat? Put a 1 if you're African American. I'm just curious about that. And put 2 if you're not. Okay. Let me just see. I just want to get a sense, qualify some of the comments I see, because then it might make a little sense. I mean, seriously, it might make a little sense. You know what I'm saying? It might be. You don't have to be. I'm not saying you have to be African American to understand any of this. You don't actually. Just like I said before, you don't need to be a woman to understand gender bias. You don't need to be gay to understand homophobia. You don't need to be anything to understand. All you have to do is care about a topic. That's it. Know somebody that it's concerning to you and have a heart. That's all. So, that's how I look at it. And I want everybody to listen. I want everybody. Chance, did you respond? Chance, are you African American? Put a 1 in the chat if you are. Put a 2 in the chat if you're not. Loki, are you African American? Put a 1 in the chat. Put a 2 in the chat if you're not. Okay, so you could see they're willingly not trying to participate, right? Everybody can see that? So there you have it. So no problem. Then I know what to do about that. Boom. There we go. So see you later. Now, where's the other one, Chance? You didn't respond, Chance? Here we go. No, it's not the only qualifier, jackass. Did I say it was the only qualifier? But what I said is it's 1, and I'm asking you to participate, and you didn't. So what I'm going to do is the same for you then, because, I don't really give a fuck about you. All right? Bye, motherfucker. Now, next, if you're going to be in my chat taking up space, then I have the right to ask you to participate and answer a question. If you want to fight against that, then, hey, why are you here? Get the fuck out of my chat. This is not a democracy. Okay. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing, and I don't need you to do it. Okay. Get the fuck out of here. Find something else to do.
John Dramani Mahama. Now let's hear what the U.S. ambassador to the UN had to say.
Find something you appreciate to involve yourself in.
The United States strongly objects to the cynical usage of historical wrongs as a leverage point in an attempt to reallocate modern resources to people and nations who are distantly related to the historical victims.
What the fuck is he talking about? Distantly related to the historical victims. My great-grandmother was born on a slave plantation. That means she was a fucking slave, you jackass. Like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? What's wrong with them? They don't know the history of slavery. And they're voting. They're voting on things they don't even bother to research. So you don't know your great-grandmother? This guy didn't know his great-grandmother? I mean, if you talk about this argument, what he's saying is that Jewish people whose grandparents, right, or great grandparents were caught in the Holocaust, that they are distant. That's what he's saying. I mean, I think it's insulting to say that to any group of people. This is bullshit. You know, this is utter bullshit. And he is attempting to nullify real life, you know. Yeah, but in any case,
an attempt to reallocate.
I would never approach any people like this. Italian people, Irish people, you know, Jewish people, and anybody. I wouldn't. I mean, I'm a person who enjoys history because I believe it connects us all, and it helps you understand, you know, things if you really embark on it. You know what I'm saying? And I know that a lot of people, women. I mean, look at this. Look, what are the consequences for women? They're going to be saying the same thing about women's rights. That's what they're talking about. You know what I mean? So what about reparative damage for women? What you going to do about that? Okay, so women couldn't vote in the United States. They got the right to vote the same time African Americans got the right to vote. Ex-slaves. Women were property. What are we going to do about that? Nothing. We're not going to do nothing about that on the UN level, huh? Just fuck that. No reparation for women. Okay. That's what people decided.
Modern resources to people.
You know, I'm for reparations for women. So, but these people aren't.
And nations who are distantly related to the historical victims.
Distantly, you women are distantly related to the historical victims. That's basically what they're saying. That's what they're saying. It's crazy, man.
Ambassador Dan Negria speaking there. Gerald, what's your response to this idea that it's too late for reparations called for slavery?
Well, I disagree ferociously. In fact, as you may know, there is a principle of U.S. law which suggests that when there is a wrong, there should be a remedy.
All right, let me just ask people this. Put a 1 in the chat if you're for reparations for women. Put a 1 in the chat if you're for reparations for women, like, for example, in the United States. Put a 1 in the chat if you're for that. Put a 2 in the chat if you're against that. I mean, because this is really where you can, you don't have to talk, you don't have to ask people whether they're for reparations for African Americans. You can ask them, are they for reparations for women, and see where they stand on it. You know, let them be against their own grandmothers and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, straight up. You know, let them be against their own family members. No problem. But this is the consequence of it, because it's the same logic. You see what I'm saying? Although there wasn't, I mean, I won't argue about women. Women still face their own type of Jim Crow in the United States, like, straight up. They still did, because they weren't paid the same wage. You see, this is why you need reparations. Women weren't. They were allowed to vote, but they weren't paid the same for the same job. When did women start getting paid the same for the same jobs? And if that extended past the 14th Amendment, then why shouldn't they be compensated? If it extended up till 10 years ago or 20 years ago in the same country, why shouldn't they? Why shouldn't they have reparations? What's the argument? What is the fucking argument about? I don't get it. I think it's that some people just are not for equality. And I'm not talking about racialized. I'm just talking about gender also. Some men, I mean, you saw a lot of men up there. And I'm pretty sure it's a lot of men who said no, most of them. But I mean, it's a lot of men that are just not for it. And even the ones that even signed it, I'm going to tell you this, even the ones that said they are, look, the president, the leader of the UN, he's Portuguese, but his own country abstained. You see what I mean? So Italians didn't face chattel slavery. Oh, okay. Yeah, but in any case, look, we got 2 examples of things that extended into modern times, Anti-black racism extended after slavery, and that's a product of slavery, and gender bias, extended. Gender bias existed before. Women couldn't own property in the United States. They couldn't vote in the United States. They couldn't vote until the same time African Americans are given the right to vote. They didn't get paid the same wages for years. For even now, you see what I'm saying? Even now, women are having a hard time getting the same fucking wage for the same work as a man in the United States of America. So why shouldn't they have reparations? Why would anyone be against that? You know? So, yeah, let's go on in here. What the professor says.
The wrong was the enslavement of millions. The remedy is reparations. And in any case, I was rather mystified by the fact that the U.S. ambassador spoke of countries receiving reparations when in his own backyard in New York City, there are millions of descendants of enslaved Africans who are living in desperate poverty as we speak, as direct relationship to the crime against humanity that was the African slave trade.
Now, you are also a lawyer, so I want to ask you about another criticism brought up by the U.S., and I'm quoting Ambassador Negria here. While we acknowledge the horrors of the past, the United States also does not recognize a legal right to reparations for historical wrongs that were not illegal under international law at the time when they occurred. Gerald, what do you think about that?
Exactly. I want to hear this one. So pay attention, y'all. Listen. Don't just write in the chat, though. Listen to this part. Listen, but go ahead. I appreciate everybody in the chat. Click the like button, please. If you haven't clicked the like button yet, it helps more people find this stream later and now. Yeah, and if you're watching from your TV, take a second to pick up your remote and click the like button. I know sometimes people can forget to do that. But let's hear this question again. This is basically the most important question. Hakeem Bo, what's up? I appreciate that, man.
Criticism brought up by the U.S., and I'm quoting Ambassador Negria here. While we acknowledge the horrors of the past, the United States also does not recognize a legal right to reparations for historical wrongs that were not illegal under international law at the time.
Yo, Jason Smith, you're out of your damn mind. Reparations, you need to go to the goddamn dictionary, man. Stop making things so complicated, man. You know, like reparations doesn't mean repair a nation. That's not what it means. Did you man, you're about to defy English. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not, you don't just put words together just because they don't have the same meaning just because they sound similar. The end is a nation, reparation, repair a nation. Come on, man. You making a damn fool out of yourself, man. Just stop it. Just stop it, man. Just stop it, man. Really, you know. Why don't you refer to the UN? Why don't you refer to the UN conversation? Why don't you go to their definition of how they define it? Why don't you do that? Okay, because they're talking about their definition. You know, my God,
that
man.
Were not illegal under international by the U.S., and I'm quoting Ambassador Negria here. While we acknowledge the horrors of the past, the United States also does not recognize a legal right to reparations for historical wrongs that were not illegal under international law at the time when they occurred. Gerald, what do you think about that?
Well, I think that that's a questionable invocation of law. And I might also go a step forward to suggest that next in line for reparations, at least in North America, are the descendants of the indigenous population, the Native American population.
Yep, that's about right. And I'm going to tell you, listen, a lot of people think that this is not about to happen, but reparation for women too. I'm telling you, it is going to be in the United States of America. And why is it going to be? Because the United States of America is a, how can I say this, an institutional misogynistic nation. Just like it had been institutionally racist. It's institutionally misogynistic. Okay, so and you won't be able to escape that by saying, oh, you know, this one and that one. Yeah, okay, we're gonna find out. And it is. And just get used to the conversations. Just get used to the conversations, you know, because this is what's going to be. You see what I mean? Like you can run from it all you want, but what's the sense in running from shit that makes sense? It makes things whole. You know, why do people view repairing stuff bad for them when they live in communities of broken people? Isn't it worse to live in a community with broken people? Isn't that worse? I'll give you an example of what I mean. I live in, even though I'm from Washington, D.C., born and raised in D.C., family on both sides from the colonial period in the U.S., I don't live in the United States of America. I live in Denmark. I live in Copenhagen, Denmark. I live in a country that had a civil rights movement in the 60s, right? 50s, 60s, right? The United States had a civil rights movement also, right? But the United States civil rights movement didn't, it was different, right? The one in Denmark was different. The one in Denmark wasn't about your color. The one in Denmark was more about classism, right? About wealthy people and poor people. The middle class and the poor not having, just not having a decent, dignified chance at life, right? So what they did was change that. Universal health care, universal education. Everyone, now gets 5 weeks vacation. Everybody, regardless of how much money you make. Child care is there. There's, let me see, in the law too, there's housing insurance, right? In the law too, there's also unemployment, certain unemployment benefits and things like that, So, and the reason why they did that is because things were fucking hard in Denmark. Things were very, very hard for a long time. You see what I mean? So they dealt with repairing, but it was about classism. You understand that? Yeah. And it's one of the happiest countries in the world. So this thing about repair can be done. Again, I told you, you don't need the United Nations to tell you what to do, what's right. All you have to do is be real about the conversation, be caring about people around you, and do something to better things, not just for yourself, but for everybody around you where you see people suffering. If suffering people have an effect on your life, maybe they don't. And I'm not saying you should think they do. It's up to you. It's your own choice. But what I'm saying is that Danes chose to not have all this suffering around them. That's what they chose. They chose that for themselves, and they didn't need the UN to tell them. What the United States does about its misogyny, because it hasn't even confronted it. Even Denmark is way ahead in terms of women's rights. The United States has not even started. You see what I mean? It's up to the people. It's the moral and the ethics of the American people what they do. They don't have to wait for the UN. They don't have to agree with the UN. They could be leaders. They could go beyond what other countries have done if they wanted to. The UN is just the bare minimum. It's for the Johnny-come-latelys when it comes to justice. You know what I'm saying? But in any case, let's hear some more.
Who were subjected to genocide suggests that next in line for reparations, at least in North America, are the descendants of the indigenous population, the Native American population, who were subjected to genocide, which was the condition precedent to dragging Africans and chained across the ocean to work for free. And certainly it's rather disappointing, I must say, that many members of the European Union voted against this voted against this resolution concerning the African slave trade. Now, I know that they want to stay on the good side of Mr. Trump, but even having said that, I think that the ultimate and the utmost of cynicism is the vote of nations like Britain and Portugal and Spain, whose current standard of living and current modernity is attached and connected directly to the unlimited African slave trade.
Gerald, you've mentioned reparations several times now. What else do you think needs to happen at this point to address the wrongs of slavery and their ongoing impact on people today?
Well, I think that Mr. Mahama, the president of Ghana, laid out many other issues. For example, as he suggested in his riveting remarks, there's an ongoing campaign to not teach what happened during the time of slavery. And I speak to you as a person who teaches this issue. That is to say that it is said to be indoctrination if you talk about the horrors of slavery. Obviously, what's at play is the United States would like to portray itself as a shining city on the hill, And it's difficult to make that kind of distorted picture if teachers are teaching about the horrors of the African slave trade.
Well, and also, again, I'm just going to interject here. And also this, I mean, the reality of it is that the United States did pay reparations. I mean, that's the craziest part about it. Look, I mean, the United States did pay reparations. So, here it is right here. Check it out. The District of Columbia, 1862, the most prominent and only federal instance of compensated emancipation occurred in Washington, D.C. The law on April 16th, 1862, President Abraham Lincoln signed the District of Columbia Compensated Emancipation Act. This was 9 months before the Emancipation Proclamation, before slavery was ended in D.C. Different states ended. I'm going to look into this. It's a territory. So different territories and states officially ended slavery at different times, right? So it took some time for this Emancipation Proclamation to roam around. From once it became federal, the states had to implement it. So then it becomes part of state law too. That's how it's always worked in the U.S., right? So, and that's how it works today. So this Emancipation Proclamation that they're talking about is the initial one. It didn't end slavery, but it ended it in law. So everyone else now has to adapt and implement it into state law. Right. So this was 9 months. So 9 months before the federal law, the payments, the federal government set aside $1 million to pay loyal Union slave owners for the loss of their property. So the amount owners were paid up to $300 per person, roughly $9,000 to $10,000 today in today's money. The result, over 3,000 people were freed by paying the slave owners this money, right? Because the slave owners argued. Now, look, what was the argumentation regarding compensating the slave owners for their now freed slaves? Okay, so let's see here. The argumentation, right, compensating slave owners and famously not the enslaved, was rooted in cold logistic view of property rights. The prioritized stability of the white ruling class over human justice. Okay, when the District of Columbia Compensated Emancipation Act, this is what it's called. District of Columbia Compensated Emancipation Act was debated in 1862. Arguments followed three main pillars. Taking clause property rights, the taking clause. So you see where this is going? The most powerful argument was based on the Fifth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, which states, "Nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation." Because enslaved people were legally classified as chattel, movable property, many politicians, including the moderate Republicans and President Lincoln, believed that the government could not simply seize that property without paying for it. To them, freeing a person was legally equivalent to the government seizing a farmer's land to build a road. Okay, so this is why they were compensated. Again, factor two, why they were compensated. Incentivizing loyalty, the carrot approach. In 1862, the Civil War was going poorly for the Union. Lincoln was terrified that the border states, Maryland, Delaware, Kentucky, and Missouri, would succeed and join the Confederacy if he abolished slavery outright. The argument, you see what's going on here? The argument, by offering money, the government hoped to make emancipation palatable to white Southerners, right? Because D.C. is still in the South at that time, and so was Maryland and, some of these other states, right? Delaware. The Macy-Dixon line was Delaware at that time. All right. So the logic of owners were paid. Oh shit. The logic of owners were paid. They would be less likely to take up arms against the Union. It was viewed as a strategic buyout to end the war faster. Okay. Economic stability and vested interest. Legislators argued that the sudden end of slavery would cause an economic collapse. You see? Yeah. Okay. Economic collapse for the white elite who had invested their entire net worth in human, trafficking. They argued that because the government had sanctioned and protected slavery for decades, the government was complicit in the investment. You see that? They argued that because, let me pull this back. They argued that because the government had sanctioned and protected slavery for decades, this is very key, the government was complicit in the investment. So this argument can be used both ways because it's established in law, case law. This is the argumentation of why you have to pay slave owners compensation, i.e. reparation, for freeing their slaves. They argued because the government had sanctioned and protected slavery for decades, the government was complicit in the investment. So obviously this is why reparations is a serious issue. Even though this agreement was non-binding, again, I started off saying this in the beginning, the language alone is what people are afraid of. Even the people that didn't say vote no, the people that just abstained, this is why, because they're aware of this kind of stuff. You see that? They're aware of these arguments. It's not by chance. You see, therefore the state, and this is not just the U.S., by the way, we're just talking about the U.S. compensating ex-slave owners. Were any others? See, you haven't gotten that far, and that's what this thing is about. This thing that passed in the UN, or not passed, but was voted on in the UN, that got unanimous, or not unanimous, but got majority vote. They're aware that that thing affects a lot of different countries, more or less. So here, therefore, the state had a moral You see this? Therefore, the state had a moral obligation, the investors, the owners, to ensure they did not go bankrupt during the transition to a free labor economy. Why weren't the enslaved people compensated? The reasoning used against paying the formerly enslaved was equally specific. So stop generalizing. Okay? It is very specific. All of this is very specific. Generalizing only makes you an asshole. Okay? The reason, and this goes for anybody's dynamic, women, Native Americans, gay people, whoever it is, Greenlanders, U.S. Virgin Islanders, people in Asia that are still being treated this way, people in Africa being treated this way, people in any predicament. It's insulting to generalize and not be specific. Okay. Especially if you're acting like you're serious, it's insulting. If you're just acting like a joke, then people know you're a joke. All right. The reasoning used against paying the formerly enslaved was equally specific, grounded in the 19th century prejudice. Lack of contract. Logistics argued that because enslaved people had no legal standing to enter contracts, they had no back pay owed to them in a court of law. The gift of freedom. Many white lawmakers argued the freedom itself was the compensation. They claimed that by being released from bondage, the enslaved person was receiving a benefit from the state that outweighed any claim to wages. Okay? Colonization theory. This is another factor. Many, including Lincoln at the time, argued that black and white people could not live together in a free society. So this is also a proponent of that. You see, that's a detail there. You see that? That connects back to the conversation about reparations. Okay. Therefore, any available government funds should be spent on colonization, sending black people to Africa or Central America. See, The only thing that they did where there was an issue where they did pay some slaves is the ones that agreed to go back to Africa, pay some ex-slaves. I mean, paid people, compensation for African Americans, which hinged upon signing away your rights to being a U.S. citizen and leaving the continent of America and going back to Africa. See, so a lot of people don't know this. Black people, sending black people to Africa rather than giving them a head start in the United States U.S. economy. The shift in 1865. By the time the 13th Amendment was ratified in 1865, the argument had changed. You see, so can't go back and do anything, but you can go back and rectify what you did in law inside of the United States of America. You don't have to wait for the UN to tell you what to do or other countries to agree with you. You can just look at your own law, what happened in your own country according to your own history, and correct wrong. So let's just go back to this part here. Let's see here.
And so certainly education, a dedicated campaign to educate people, not only in the United States, but I would insist globally, about the horrors of what befell Africa in particular.
Gerald, moving forward, how do you see this resolution impacting the conversation about slavery and its effects?
Well, I think it'll have significant impact. As you probably know, there is a chain of Black radio stations in the United States of America. I am certain and confident that this will be a subject of discussion on these radio stations. There are also numerous Black newspapers. Those newspapers will be printing columns, I assure you, about this resolution. And inevitably, what happens is that these kinds of issues spread from the Black press into the wider U.S. mainstream, and thereby it becomes a powerful tool for education.
Professor
Jason Smith said, ain't no such thing as going back to Africa. We from here learn the law, apply it. Well, Jason, I think you missed the point again. You have a knack at missing the point. And you should try to stop doing that. Okay? Because that wasn't what we were just discussing. We were discussing what was passed back then regarding reparations. There's only two things that happened. Okay? Slave owners got reparations, right? It's called, and what was the act called? Here, it was called the District of Columbia Compensated Emancipation Act, right? How much did they get paid for each slave? $300 for each slave they freed. What is that equivalent to today? $9,000 to $10,000 per person, right? Why did they do it? Well, we went into why they did it. And then there's one other thing that happened here, right? The argument of should slaves be ex-slaves, people that were freed, should they be compensated, right? And then the argument was this, look, here's what was being discussed. The reasoning used against paying the formerly enslaved was equally specific and grounded in 19th century prejudice. So this is about 19th century American United States law. Don't go blank on me. You just said learn the law. Learn this law. Okay? Don't go blank. Put this in your ear and discuss it and talk about it, comment about it, and don't comment too fast, though. Let it sink in a little. Lack of contract. Legalists argued that because enslaved people had no standing to enter contracts, they had no back pay owed to them in a court of law. The gift of freedom, many white lawmakers argued that freedom itself was the compensation. They claimed that by being released from bondage, the enslaved person was receiving a benefit from the state outweighing any claims and wages. Colonization theory also played a role. Many included Lincoln, the guy who signed the shit so the ex-slave owners could get compensation. Him, the president, Lincoln at the time argued that black and white people could not live together. You see? This is the argument behind some of the laws. Could not live together in a free society. Therefore, any available government funds should be spent on colonization, not giving you the money, reparations to the ex-slave, but colonizing you and colonizing you in a specific sense, right? And this specific sense was send black people to Africa or Central America. This involves Central America. Okay. Anybody that loves the United States of America or is an American citizen care to know? You know, you hear people like bitch ass Tariq Nasheed today talking about they ain't Americans, they tethers. Okay, you jackass. Anyway, you know, these people are fucking stupid, you know. In any case, they work for MAGA, by the way, and motherfuckers like Trump. But in any case, sending black people to Africa or Central America rather than giving them a head start in the United States. There it is. So, yeah. Now, let me see here. Did any take up the colonization and move back to Africa or Central America? And were they colonized? And why? Yeah, here we go. So let's see here. Some did go, but the numbers were much smaller than architects of colonization hoped for. Most black Americans, both free and formerly enslaved, rightly viewed the United States as their home, built by their own sweat and blood, and saw colonization as a polite form of deportation. Here's how the experiments went. Liberia, the most successful experiment. The most famous example is Liberia in West Africa. It was founded in 1822 by the American Colonization Society, ACS, a group that included, and I hate to even, this is just reminding me of somebody's name who's so raunchy and nasty, but is very popular on social media. I'm not even going to say his name. A group that included both white abolitionists and slave owners who simply wanted a white America. Okay, the numbers between 1822 and the end of 1800s, roughly 13,000 to 16,000 black Americans migrated to Liberia. Damn, so it worked partly. Okay, the government you see what I'm saying? 1847, Liberia declared independence, making it the first modern republic in Africa. Its constitution and flag were modeled directly after the United States. Colonizer irony. This is where it gets tragic. The black American settlers, known as Americo-Liberians, often recreated the social hierarchies they had fled. They marginalized and defranchised. And by the way, this is another aspect of that, of reparation, you know. Hence, this is what I said in the beginning. This thing affects different people in different ways. It's not just so one-pronged. It's like a star. It has rays that protract out in every direction, depending on who you are, right? So don't be so generalized. Don't generalize so quick, right? Because it applies to everyone differently. And the fact that it's non-binding, that's the point. Okay, so if it was binding, it would create other difficulties, but at least non-binding gives you the right to do something and puts the objective out there on paper and just says, hey, this is a friendly agreement. We promise. It's a promissory note, essentially. It's not a criminal note where if you don't do it, you get charged. Okay, the marginalized, defranchised. Now, let me see. Let me just find one other thing out. But did they get paid the money to leave Lincoln offered, and how did that happen? Let me see. I just want to make sure I get the whole understanding. Financial details of the Civil War in short: the federal government set money aside, but almost none of it actually reached the pockets of the formerly enslaved people. So that's another factor there, just for folks to know. You know what I'm saying? You know, you can you can take it how you like it. It's just facts. I mean, you know, to me, facts are just facts. You know, if you don't know the facts, then you can't judge. So that's how I look at it. By the way, click the like button. We had a nice time going over this topic. I'm going to let the professor close that one out, and then we're going to get into the shenanigans with the news. It was nice to cover a little bit of this. You know what I'm saying? I like facts. I don't like being a jackass. So, and by the way, tomorrow I'm going to, for people that don't know, there's a demonstration at the American Embassy. Starts 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock. It's a No Kings. It's really a No Tyrants march, but it's part of the No Kings march, and it's in Copenhagen, Denmark. Osterbro, if you know where the embassy is, right? Near the lakes, just right on the lakes, really, right? Now you can take the metro to Trianglin, station, and you could walk across the lakes from there. It's about a 5-minute, 7-minute walk from Triangle metro station, right, in Osterbro. And then after that, I'm going to participate in a panel in Folkehus at Stengale 50. If any of you know where that is in Nørrebro, Copenhagen, the Nørrebro part of Copenhagen. And so I'll be on a panel there discussing some issues about folks in Denmark, right? PADs. So it's a good time to have that panel because it's the day after this. So it was a Colombian sister that organized it. So kudos to her. I forget her name, but I will be there. And and again, my suggestion is this. Don't be so offended about things you don't research. Research them and then make up your mind later. At least that's how I go about things. And I tend to do pretty well doing that. Like, I research places before I go there. You know what I'm saying? I actually do. I don't just go. I actually say, let me learn about these people. Let me see what I can know. That might help me when I arrive. You know what I'm saying? Folks might like that. You know, people might appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? When I might get a nicer reception just because I bothered to research a little. We're all same people, V. Just read it. Did you not? Oh, okay. I don't know what you're talking about, man. But sorry, I'm not reading the chat like that. But in any case, now let me just let the professor close out here, get the last word. I just want to see what he had to say.
Columns, I assure you, about this resolution. And inevitably what happens is that these kinds of issues spread from the black press into the wider U.S. mainstream, and thereby it becomes a powerful tool for education.
Professor Gerald Horne, thank you so much for your time.
Okay, so that was Professor Gerald Horne. Okay, y'all. So, yeah, so that was a check in it. Now let me see. There's one other thing. What was the statement the EU made? Let me just close out with that. That's important. You know, to get the EU statement. So we don't have to assume, right? And assuming is not necessary. The European Union statement was delicate, yes, but a balancing act. While they use very strong moral language to condemn the history of slavery, so understand something, people. They condemn it. You understand that? So put a 1 in the chat if you also condemn. What did they say? The history of slavery. Put a 1 in the chat if you condemn it. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't. I'll wait around for people, and I expect everybody that's been using this chat so frequently in the last 10-15 minutes to chime in on this. If you condemn the history of slavery, put a 1 in the chat. Put a 2 if you don't. I'll wait around. Yeah. You know, it's also a qualifier. Somebody asked me, is this the only qualifying question? No, jackass. If you watch my show, I often ask a few qualifying questions. I take my time though. I don't rush. You know, I'd rather walk down the hill and fuck them all. Okay. So, this is so funny. How could you not condemn the history of slavery? What the fuck's wrong with people? What the fuck is it? That tells you those people shouldn't even exist, man. We're not even talking about reparations. You talk about, do you just condemn it? And don't ask me to explain. I'll just explain to you the context, man. What the fuck? What's wrong with you? This is the context. The European Union statement was delicate, yes, but balancing. But a balancing act. While they use very strong moral language to condemn the history of slavery. That's it. I don't need to go. I'm going to get to a few parts of this. So, you don't use strong moral language to condemn slavery? What's wrong with you? You're in disagreement with the EU. How many states is in the EU? How many people live in the EU? What significance does the EU have to policy globally? What's the EU economy? Is it the second or third largest economy on earth? Okay. I mean, I know the answers to those questions, but I can see there's some people in that chat that don't know. How can you not? Yeah, how can you not condemn? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. What the fuck? And this shows you kind of how people's minds work. Now, here, I didn't finish it. I'm just saying this is what they started off with. Now, they condemned it. They ultimately abstained from the vote because they rejected the legal and financial frameworks the resolution tried to establish. Okay. The statement was delivered on behalf of the 27 EU members states by Gabriela Machilidou, Deputy Parliament Representative of Cyprus. Okay. The moral acknowledgement. The EU started by aligning itself with the emotional and historical weight of the day. They described transatlantic slave trade as an unparalleled tragedy. Yeah, I think it's about right. Unparalleled travesty. I don't understand what the objection about the other language was then, because this is pretty strong language. Unparalleled tragedy and a heinous episode in human history. Okay. Do you agree so far? Was it an unparalleled tragedy and a heinous episode in human history? Let me know. Source of unspeakable atrocities that affected millions of Africans. Do you still agree? Do you agree? You can start objecting anytime when you don't agree. Okay. Point 3. Okay. The root cause of structural racism and enduring disparities that descendants still face. I still agree. I agree with what the EU said so far. I don't see what I think that makes about right. They seem to be pretty. The EU is pretty progressive now so far. I mean, even that's why I try to tell people, even though they abstained, it's still worth hearing what they said, because there will be some motherfuckers out here that object to just what they said, even though they abstained. That's the crazy part about it. It's like, what the fuck? There's people out there like, why are you saying this was the worst thing in human history, man? Why are you saying that? Why are you saying it's unparalleled? That's wrong. It sounds about reasonable. Root cause of structural racism and enduring disparities. Let me explain that. That means, in their view and in the UN's view, but rightfully, this is the EU statement. So that means the EU is on par with the UN in the understanding that the roots of anti-black racism lie in the transatlantic, in the slavery of Africans. I agree with that. So today the remnants might be, AUN word, or these blackies don't belong here, or anything like that. Well, the roots of that go back to a particular time. You see what I'm saying? So why don't they have money? Why can't they take care of themselves? Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, the roots might go back to that, Now let's see here. Somebody asked, do you pay taxes? I saw. Okay. Well, I need to continue with this. Let me see. The legal rejection. Why they abstained. The core EU's dissent was not about history. Okay. They raised 3 specific red flags. Non-retroactivity. This is a cornerstone of Western legal thought. The EU argued that you cannot apply modern laws like crimes against humanity to actions that took place centuries ago when those actions weren't legally defined that way. Now, you see, this is where I think there's something not right there. There's some ground to debate this, because the United States, right, in the 1800s, which is not that long ago, found it necessary to pay reparations to slave owners, and they explained in detail why that was. So I'm not getting this, because on the, you could say it's a UN thing before you join the UN. You see that? Look at this. You see this? Western legal thought the EU argued you cannot apply modern laws like crimes against humanity to actions that took place centuries ago when those actions weren't legally defined that way. But there were legal actions that changed things, even on the state in terms of specific countries. So I'm not understanding this one. They called the resolution attempts to do So retroactively, applications of international rules. Okay, well, in any case, that's their perspective. They're saying it shouldn't be international because it happened before that body exists. There was no international body. So again, basically, you're free to do whatever you want as a nation anyway. You don't need permission from the UN to do whatever it is you feel is just, because that may pertain to you anyway, even if it doesn't pertain to others. So there you have it. Ranking atrocities. They push back on the word gravest, right? And that's what I don't understand. The gravest, well, then they started here with unparalleled tragedy. So what is the difference between gravest and unparalleled? Right? You see that? By calling the slave trade the gravest crime, the EU argued it creates an unbalanced interpretation that implies other horrors like the Holocaust or various genocides are less significant. Well, what does unparalleled tragedy do? I'm just asking, does that make sense? I mean, I don't get it. To me, gravest and unparalleled tragedy are essentially the same thing, in my mind. Okay, so they prefer the text emphasize scale without creating a hierarchy. Okay, people are gonna have to look into that one. Matter of fact, let me just dump this link here. Let me just drop this link in the chat for people to read themselves. Also, at least people can check it out when they have a chance. Let me see. Copy link address. I'm gonna put that in the chat for people. You can see for yourself and read it later. Everybody should read this, regardless of what you think about it. You might learn something, and I'm into learning things, so I'm not afraid to read stuff. But hold on, let me open this up. Why is it not like? Why is the link so damn long? Man, they make some long links up here. They make some long links. But this is the actual document. Now let me see if I can copy it from here, if it works better. Copy. Put it here. Yeah, because it was too long. When I tried to put it in the chat before, it was too long. So let me do this again. Maybe this one's better. No. All right. Well, let me go like this. Let me go like that. Let me click this, and I'll click it myself and see if it works. Yeah, there it is. It works. All right, y'all. So you can click that one. You can click it, and for those of you, the chat is on replay. So after an hour after the stream is finished, or half an hour, the replay on the chat should be up. So let me see here. So let me see. Where was it at? Ununifying critique. So the EU expressed regret that the resolution authors, led by Ghana, didn't give more time for negotiation. They claimed the final text was pushed too quickly, and didn't reflect the concerns of the countries expected to do the repairing. Well, that is an interesting. That's interesting there. That's interesting. So there we have it. I didn't know that. Okay, but I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna communicate with some people I know on the UN level dealing with this particular group. That know have some detailed insight, and I'm gonna find out what that's about and get their opinion, by the way, and I might share it with you. I mean, but again, we live in this world together, and we prosper together, and so this is not a thing about all or nothing. I have to win today or forget everything. That's not how stuff works. You see what I mean? And that's not how reasonable people come to serious business. You see what I mean? So I'm not, and again, like I said, it wasn't legally binding, so I don't think people should get too emotional about this. I think the professor's critique was great, but I think one of the most relevant things is that it does give the fact that it did get support on the UN level, and it basically was accepted. It means that certain groups do have more ammunition to make other types of activism based on what happened. So that's a good thing. People can move on with activism. People can move on maybe with civil cases and things like this. Now listen, look. Does this affect possible civil cases in different nations? Let me see. And I just want to show people it does, so you can understand the significance. The short answer, not directly, but it provides a massive legal megaphone for lawyers. The world of law. UN General Assembly resolutions are non-binding. This is what I was telling people. Okay. This means a judge in the U.S. or UK court cannot point to the vote and say the UN says it's a crime. I'm not ordering the government to pay you. However, this specific resolution, A80L48, is a game changer for civil cases in 3 subtle but powerful ways. You see? So I don't want to leave people feeling like nothing happened and that it's all lost, because that is not how writers of law approach things. There's layers and levels to this. You see what I mean? So you need to take your time dissecting. Now, establishing Just Cohen's universal law, right? The most controversial part of the resolution is that it classifies the slave trade as a violation of Just Cohen's, a fancy legal term for peremptory norms that are so fundamental they can never be broken, like the bans on genocide or torture. The impact. Usually defendants argue that slavery was legal back then, the non-retroactive defense, right? Strategy. By declaring it Just Cohen's violation, lawyers can now argue in court that the slavery was always a crime against humanity, regardless of what local laws said in 1750. Exactly. So whether you recognize it or not, that your intention doesn't matter. In other words, right? And you will find that also taking place a lot in law. Intent doesn't necessarily mean a crime wasn't committed, that it wasn't your intention. So it's an attempt to strip away. It's legal. It was illegal. It was legal then. It's an attempt to strip that away. So soft law evidence. In civil cases, lawyers often use the soft law to prove that a global consensus exists. If a group of descendants sues a corporation like a bank, I talked about this earlier, like somebody said something about this, like, but you can't sue the companies. Duh. And I kindly tried to say, man, take your time and research this stuff. Stop coming and making comments that show you haven't researched the topic. Like, it's okay, but when you hear somebody just taking their time to explain something to you, just take some time to listen. That's all. Okay. If a group of descendants sue a corporation like a bank of insurance or insurance company that profited from slavery, because guess what? Many did and are connected to it, they can use the resolution as evidence that the international community officially recognizes these profits as proceeds of a crime. Were they founded on slave money? Yeah. How old do you think some of these banks are? You should research it and find out. Don't be surprised. Some of them are hundreds of years old. Again, my great-grandmother was born on a slave plantation. Did I know her in my lifetime? Yes, I did. So you got to understand, it's not that far back. While it does not create a new law, it shifts the standard of care that judges look at when deciding if a company has a moral civil duty to settle or a civil duty to settle. Pressure for reparative justice statutes. The resolution specifically calls on nations to change their domestic laws to address the legacy of slavery. We are already seeing this take place places like in California and New York, where state level reparations task force are working, right? It's not just in the United States either. The UN vote gives local politicians the international cover they need to pass laws that waive statutes limitations. Normally you can't sue for something that happened 200 years ago. But if the state passes a new law allowing these specific claims, the UN resolution will be cited as the primary justification for why the law is necessary. The Western Shield. This is exactly why the US, UK, and EU were so hesitant, right? Because they're aware of this stuff. You see what I mean? And everyone should be aware of it, because at least you can know what's really happening and not just go on what it sounds like. Okay. Either way, some good came out of this. And I would argue that it's best for countries to move on their own and deal with these problems before someone else does. That's my argument, right? And but of course it's something you have to figure out on your own, what works best for your own country, even if you didn't sign yes. My thoughts are it's good for the future, it's good for trade, it's good for relations, period. And we do need each other. Those of us that do respect certain values that we all have today. You see what I'm saying? This is exactly why the US, UK, and EU were hesitant. They know that even a symbolic UN vote can be used as a brick in a legal wall. By abstaining or voting against it, they are effectively saying we do not recognize this as a legal basis for future lawsuits. They are trying to protect their national treasuries from what could be trillions of dollars in civil claims. So it's more civil, not necessarily criminal. Right. So I would encourage people to take a look at that. Now I'm going to shift over. Okay. I'm going to shift over and let me see something here. Let me see what's going on in the chat. Y'all talking about the Irish. Yes, I agree with the Irish people that were slaves deserve representation according to the law. I mean, I think again, people are assuming, and I would encourage people to not do this, or at least it sounds like this. Don't assume that this is the only UN conversation going on regarding any form of slavery or any form of wrongdoing. It would be a great, just for those of you that might think this, don't think that because this conversation is going on that there's not another one, and don't think that many of the nations that signed yes to this don't support the other ones either. That would be a grave mistake. You see what I'm saying? Because that wouldn't be factual. You see what I'm saying? There's a lot of different conversations going on the UN level. So, having said that, what time is it? All right, I'm going to try to do some legacy media real quick, and then I'm going to be out of here. There's some shit that came up with Gavin Newsom, so I'm going to start with that. I don't know if Friars is around, but Friars, check this out. If you're around, check this part out. Let me check and see who's it also is.
Music is one of the best ways.
If anybody wants to hop up, now is your time to hop up. Let me look at the Discord real quick and see if somebody's tried to contact me here. Okay, so look, I'm going to give you all the link to hop up. Feel free to hop up if you want to hop up, if you want to participate in the live. You can see it at the top of the is it not saved up there? Is it not saved? Hold on, let me see if I can open it up again. Here we go. Where is it at? Boom, right here. Oh, well, I better go to this and do it. Yeah, I will just put it back in the chat. 2 seconds, y'all. Sorry about that. Here we go. Boom. Let's put this here. Copy. There we go. All right. So anybody that wants to hop up real quick, click the Discord link there. It's the last link. Discord. You can hop up and say a few words. Now, let me go over to the legacy media real quick. And continue with that. Here we go. Yeah, Gavin Newsom has been caught in some hot water. I want to see what it is. Me, typically, I'm not really. Again, I'm more cautious than a lot of people, and it's because of my history in activism. I've learned to be very cautious. I don't take bait too quickly. I have my own formula, and my formula is. I research things, and I pick up the phone and I discuss things with people, and I also, not just the phone, but I also discuss certain scenarios, how things can play out, and try to get a real fundamental understanding of what is really going on. I don't jump on things. So I've been one to say that how we discuss things has a lot to do with the outcome, not just what we're discussing and what our opinions are about it, but how we discuss them, I think has a lot to do with where we go and where we get things, So I'm pretty cautious. But having said that, people discuss things however they want to, and find, and there may be something in this now worth for people, but let's hear it out.
I have our warrior, our cynical pragmatist, Kyle Kulinski, joining us today. Kyle, how are you?
I'm doing great, and thank you for that. I've never been called a cynical pragmatist, but I think I like it.
I think it's true. I mean, if the shoe fits.
That's a solid one. I like that. Very creative.
All right. Let's go right into Pick Me Gavin Newsom, who seems to be changing his opinion based on the news cycles. So I just want to play the clip and then let's.
Yo, Devin, you said I can't click the Discord, gang. He left. He left. Couldn't take the heat. Oh shit! Click the link anyway, man. Shit. Anybody click the link. Don't worry. But if shoot your shot. Come up here and shoot your shot. Not at me, or you can if you want to, but also at anybody else that was in the chat. It's all, and as long as we kind of look, we're not kids. We can have fun being intellectuals. You know what I'm saying? So let's try to keep it on the intellectual level. But but anybody, if you got something you want to comment on, hop on up and don't forget, when you do click the link, what's going to happen is that if you don't have Discord on your phone, it's going to prompt you to install it. But then you click that link one more time after it's installed, and it will take you directly to my server. When you're on my server, send me a message. Go back to the YouTube chat and say, hey, man, I'm waiting for you in the back room. And then I will become aware of that if I don't see it myself. And then I'm going to call you and pull you up. And then we take it from there. So let's, it's about learning, man. You know how it is. I mean, everybody got their perspective. And, but, we gotta try to enjoy the platform we have while we have it. And you know how some people become petulant and shit, and it just means you don't like your opportunities when you become petulant and shit. And me, I can flip out too. I can flip out when people being toxic with me, man. I'm not really the type to take it. I am from Northeast Washington D.C., 15th and C. You know what I'm saying? So to be honest with you, I love the life that I have. I appreciate the things that I have. I appreciate where I live, and I know why I appreciate where I live. But at the same time, you know what I'm saying? I did learn how to get somebody up off of me. You know what I'm saying? As a young person. So, and that shit is always in the back of my head. So if I say some foul shit or some psycho shit, it's only because somebody want to take advantage of kindness or just being decent. You know what I'm saying? But in any case, let's go on. Let's
dissect it. Play the clip.
Consider yourself a Zionist.
Do I consider myself a Zionist?
Yes.
I believe, I revere the state of Israel. I'm proud to support the state of Israel. Yes. I deeply, deeply oppose Bibi Netanyahu's leadership, his opposition to the two-state solution, and deeply oppose how he is indulging the far right as it relates to what's going on in the West Bank.
Do you regret using the word apartheid to describe Israel?
I used it. I do in this context that I said it, and I referenced why I used it. A Tom Friedman article in that same sentence where Tom used it in the context of the direction that Bibi is going.
Not the current
and the
state.
concern, correct.
Okay.
And that is a legitimate concern I have that I share with Tom, that direction.
Okay. If I've heard enough. Why are we in this world where you cannot say a fact that Israel is an apartheid state? Why do we have Democrats that are denying facts in the same way that MAGA does? Kyle.
The main reason is the Israel lobby, right? And like the main one everybody comes to mind is AIPAC, but there's other elements to the Israel lobby as well. There's DMFI, Democratic Majority for Israel. There's other shell groups now. They're basically...
it is an apartheid state, and the reason why I say that is just the definition of apartheid. They have people living that are subjugated and don't have rights. Just very simple. And it's been prolonged, for generations. Now, you see what I mean? So Palestinians are not free. And people can argue about why that is or what that is, but they basically live in a jail. You know what I mean? And they don't have freedoms that most other people have, that the rest of us have, and so now there's other people, there's other aspects that people say they have a problem about using the word genocide. Like, and that's been an ongoing debate. I've seen people change. Like, I didn't always. Well, I have a different perspective because I'm kind of aware of the law, right? The UN law, international law. So I understand that, there's different things going on here. There's people that want to use the word, and when they use the word, okay, that might mean certain things in the international law. But make no mistake about it, there can be no misunderstanding that other crimes, even if you don't call it genocide, even if you don't call it apartheid state, crimes, Israel has committed serious crimes against the Palestinian people. That's just what it is. And people can debate which crime they want to call out first or how they want to call it. But no, there's some serious crimes that they can be charged with on the international stage, and none of them are good. You see what I'm saying? They're all very, very bad. You see? So, yeah. But in any case, this came up about Gavin Newsom, and so people are going to have a debate about what he should have said and how he should have said it. So let me see what they got to say about this too, Let's see here.
Facts in the same way that MAGA does. Kyle.
Yeah, crimes against humanity. Exactly. There's different forms of crimes against humanity. You can call it genocide, you can call it whatever you want to call it, but crimes against humanity doesn't have to be genocide, and it's still just as bad. You know what I'm saying? Has serious consequences for individuals charged with that and said to be responsible for it. So yeah. So I think there's enough there for people to back up from Israel and demand some reforms, serious reform and justice for Palestinians at this point. I don't think there's any other way to go about it, but I also think some other people are not helpful all the time, because if you don't give, Israel's not helpful and other people aren't. I'm not talking about Palestinians, but to get people to stop throwing bombs at each other so Palestinians can have what they deserve. And also Israel needs to, follow this two-state thing, the seizing of more land, territory. That those are all wrong. Those things are not good faith acts. They're inviting attacks. So yeah. What is left to say about that? I mean, there's too many bad actors. So there's too many bad actors.
The main reason is the Israel lobby, right? And like the main one everybody comes to mind is AIPAC, but there's other elements to the Israel lobby as well. There's DMFI, Democratic Majority for Israel. There's other shell groups now that are basically Israel lobby money that they call like Elect Chicago Women and like bland stuff like that. And that's the main reason. Like that has a stranglehold on the Democratic Party in the same way that obviously the entire Republican Party is too far gone on this stuff, and they're totally bought by the Israel lobby. And what Newsom is doing there is called the one bad man theory of politics. You know how there's like the one great man theory of politics? There's the one bad man theory where they go, look, if we just get rid of Benjamin Netanyahu, everything would be phenomenal with Israel. But the problem with that is it's total BS. There's this guy named Yair Lapid, who's the opposition to Netanyahu, and he also is in favor of what's called the Greater Israel Project, which basically means Israel gets to crusade through the Middle East, basically steal the entire Middle East and create their own version of the Fourth Reich. Okay, so there is no, it is genuinely a problem with Israeli society. I just saw a poll earlier today. Up to 95% of Israelis support this illegal and offensive war on Iran. Whereas here in the U.S., the average is about 35% of people in this country support that stupid war. So we have a real problem here, and we do ourselves no favors by not accurately describing it.
I completely agree. And you have this now.
Yeah, that is true. Everything he said is true. And I think it's at the point where, now don't get me wrong. I can understand there's other aspects at play here. Look, and the real aspect at play here, if you ask me, and I've always said this, is that you have first of all, you have Russia, and who even before China became a real major player on the international stage, you had Russia, and that was the opposition to the West, to the United States, and others, and groups that they support. No matter what they did. Now, keep in mind, Russia supported genocide against Muslims in Eastern Europe. Like that whole Croatia shit going on, Serbia, Korea, all of this stuff is tied back to Russia. Now, when people took that to the UN, Russia vetoed it. You see what I mean? So they can't be held liable for things like that, and they always back up their actors. So this kind of culminated also in the Middle East in an opposite way, because you have what's called what's the term for it? Asymmetric conflicts too. That is where you support people you don't not normally get along with, but because what they're doing in that specific instance helps you, you do it anyway. So it can flip-flop who you support. On one hand, in one region, you could support a group for this reason, and you go somewhere else and support a group that's doing the exact opposite shit. That's asymmetric geopolitics, right? And so that's what's happening. And so Palestine is in the middle of that. Russia supports actors against Israel. The United States support Israel against those actors, and neither one does it for the sake of either one. You know what I mean? It's all done under the guise of proxy states, supporting proxy states. And I've said this a lot of times. China, in my view, this is my view, China doesn't give a fuck about Iran. Russia doesn't give a fuck about Iran. They support Iran, and they don't even want Iran to be strong. They want Iran to be a nuisance. You know, if it came to them wanting, they definitely don't want Iran to be, they don't want to build opposition to themselves. Neither one of them favor Muslims. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is what's really going on. Neither one of them favor Islamic countries at all. Not China, not Russia. It's all geopolitics. And in asymmetric geopolitics, you support people that you don't even like because what they're involved in at the moment benefits you. So, in other words, they have Iran where they want Iran in a conflict. As long as Iran is in a conflict, Iran needs them. That's what's going on here. And it's the same thing with Israel. The United States has supported Israel for so long because as long as Israel is doing something that helps it, it doesn't mind Israel being in a conflict. That's been the problem. Asymmetric politics. You see what I mean? Now, I'm not justifying Israelis what they do because you got to pay for what you do yourself. You do. You do have to do that. That's your thing. And but yeah, and in this instance, you see on both sides, on a lot of sides, you get a lot of extremists. So, you know, although the United States views Iran as extremist, they openly support Israeli extremists. You see what I mean? And look at Saudi Arabia. You know, are Saudi Arabia less extreme? Why do we support them? Same thing, asymmetric politics. We don't support them because we like them. Straight up, we don't. And we don't support them because we want to be like them. We don't even support them because they have something in common with us. You know, so there's that aspect of it too. So it's just something to consider, you know. Now, when we get to the lobby, now this is where it gets interesting because politicians in the United States need to raise money to run for office every couple of years. They're always concerned about who has the most money to spend on commercials to, you know, grease hands or whatever the fuck. You see what I'm saying? So this comes down to, in my view, campaign lobby laws. And keep in mind, I've been saying this, Israel is one problem. AIPAC is one problem, but I don't believe we need to dumb down people. AIPAC is definitely not the only campaign lobby problem. There are people that have been supporting extremists on the Republican side with way more money than AIPAC supports them. You see what I'm saying? Like, so we need to get used to having a full conversation about it, but we don't need to be playing games about AIPAC either. You know, we need to address that, and we need to address others. That's the short of how I see it. You know, yeah, that's the short of how I see it. I wonder why Fries. Oh, hold on, it was Fries get here. Fries must be asleep. Okay, because he knew I was going to talk about this today, but he didn't make it. But don't worry, I'll be back. I'm off now, so I'll be back. And today I'm doing 2 streams. My next stream will be 12 hours exactly from now. Usually it's more like 18 hours, but it will be 12 hours from now, my next stream. So let me let this play a little bit more.
There's this narrative that if you say that Israel played a huge part in bringing us into the war, that's somehow anti-Semitic. But when I do a roll call on this, little Marco said it. Little Moses Mike Grinder Johnson said it. Trump himself has said it. And Benjamin Netanyahu said it, where he said, my 40-year dream of invading Iran. But yet, if somebody on the left, or this guy that left the Trump regime and ran home to
Joe Kent,
Tucker Carlson, Joe Kent, if they say it, then somehow it's anti-Semitic. And we have to live in a society where you can criticize governments. You
true.
have to be able, like, I believe right now.
Yeah, and listen, anti-Semitic is when you basically hate Jews, or say constantly show that it's about Jews specifically. Your issue is only about Jews, and they are the only problem. They are the problem. That's what I mean. But actually, all Jews are definitely not Israelis, and history of Jewish people exists long before the state of Israel or Netanyahu became the prime minister. This is not the only moment in history where Jewish people stand out. And it's not the only group. There's not one group of Jewish people. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, it's not anti-Semitic. It's just criticizing a state, which everyone, and it's criticizing a government. And, so what are they going to say next? That we hate white people, white Americans, because we criticize Donald J. Trump? Are we now racist because we criticize the Trump administration? Like, because we criticize congressional members? What are we now? You know what I'm saying? Like, they're using, that's too loose of an excuse. You know what I mean? So, I would just say, for the record, I don't hate people. I don't even consider people's religion. I don't even care. I don't care. It doesn't mean anything to me at all. When somebody tells me they have a religion, it just goes in one ear and out the other, because what can I use it for? Nothing. I can't use somebody's religion for anything. That's their private business, right? It doesn't mean anything to me. It doesn't mean you believe in anything. Even doesn't mean you have any set of values. It just doesn't mean anything to me. It's only meant for you to use yourself. It's not even supposed to mean anything to me. So I don't engage people on religion. I engage people on personal character, period. That's what I do. I don't care what your color is. I don't care what your if your gender is. I don't care what your nationality is. I don't care any of that. I try my best to always approach people like they're equal human beings, like straight up. That's what I try my best to do. And that's what I encourage other people to do. And it doesn't matter who it is. There's good and bad people of all types. You know what I mean? And we need to get comfortable recognizing that and being real about that. It's about character and ethics, and morals, not about nationality, not about religion, not about any of that other stuff. So we should be able to criticize where we see fault. But we need to be cautious too, to not just generalize, But that's not what's going on. People aren't generalizing Israel. You can't even say that anymore. No. What's going on is a problem now, and especially when our tax dollars supported Israel more than any other country. I think Americans, above all people, have the right to criticize Israel. I'm not saying you have to agree, but you should have the right, because we support them more than anybody else. What the hell? You know what I'm saying? Like, what the hell? Where does this come from? We can't criticize things we play a part in? Like, I don't get that. So, yeah. In any case,
Any of our allies, any country, criticize the shit out of the United States of America. We deserve it. There's a portion of our electorate that is dumb as fuck, and they need to be ridiculed and criticized, because the whole world order hangs in the balance of how people in Wisconsin vote. And that's insane.
Yep. Yeah, and it's also, by the way, just factually speaking, it's apartheid. This is not really like a matter.
Yeah, it's apartheid. And now you could talk about why you're treating people this way. No, they have a jail. That's what Palestinians live in. They live in a functioning prison. It's very simple. And so you gotta, there's something that has to be done about that. And everybody, if you care, that's what we need to be focusing on. That's not acceptable anymore. And people have the right to say that it's not acceptable. you know, and people have the right to say if you are not immediately moving towards, you know, stopping, you know, changing that situation, with your relationship with Palestinians and them being in a prison, then we're not going to fund you anything else. We're not going to, you know, protect you anymore. We're not going to come to your aid anymore if you don't do this. Like, very simple, you know.
Matter of debate or discussion when he says, "Oh no, I regret calling it apartheid." Okay, well then you're just disagreeing with like every major human rights group on the planet. You're disagreeing with, I mean, genocide, for example. That's another one. He said to Ben Shapiro, "Oh, what they did in Gaza is not a genocide." Okay, well then you're arguing with B'Tselem, who's the #1 human rights group in Israel. Okay, so at this point,
exactly,
it's political suicide to try to still split the difference and somehow take like this middle path to the issue of Israel. Read the room. Like the Democratic base, I've seen polls anywhere from 3% to a maximum of 15% of our base actually supports Israel. And you think you're going to be the nominee doing this sort of chicken shit nonsense? There's no way that's going to work.
Okay, let's now just.
Yeah, that's what Fries was saying to me. Actually, I was in a little chat with him in the middle of the night. Yeah, and he was saying that too. That's Fries' opinion too. My opinion, it's very close to Fryer's, you know, but my background is more in activism. So I've seen activists make some mistakes. And so because of those mistakes, I'm very cautious about, I use more neutral language. I try to use neutral language, but at the end of the day, you know, your language, whether it's neutral or not, it has to provide a conclusion. You see what I mean? It can't be so neutral that you're not taking a stance on things, you know? And yeah, so yeah.
Discuss the danger and the lie.
And I don't mean neutral. I'm talking about, when I say neutral, I don't mean neutral between Palestinian and Israelis. I mean neutral language. The words that I specifically use to try to be the most neutral. Not that they're neutral because they have to mean something, but to be, how can I say, conservative as possible? Maybe that's a better word, conservative, right? Yeah, so let's go.
That occurs where the far right people like Benjamin Netanyahu try to conflate, and that Jonathan Greenblatt, that criticizing Israel is somehow anti-Semitic, which is so disrespectful to so many Jewish Americans.
Yo, Devin, exactly. It's important to also understand the value of making your point without offending everybody. That's so important because, you know, you need people, you know, and you don't want people to misconstrue your meaning. You know what I'm saying? It's not necessary, you know? Yeah.
Who rabidly criticize Israel. And I think that they do this whole thing like, the lie is this, Kyle. The lie is you're making Jews less safe. And it's like the people that are making Jews less safe are the people that are going for the greater Israel project. And
well, you know what? Israel voted against this thing today. And look, that's not why I'm playing it. But I just find it so ironic that they voted against the thing in the UN because, listen, I think most African Americans know very well what the Holocaust was about. And it was about exterminating Jews and other undesirables. You know what I'm saying? It was about cleaning up the Aryan race, quote unquote, the Aryan race, right? Even though people know that's nonsense today. But that's what it was about. Scapegoating a group of people for the failures of a state, you know, and trying to racialize it, you know. And so a lot of different people were connected to that theory, you know, not only Jews, but primarily in Germany at that time. But that had been going on with Jews in Russia, too, before it led into Jews in Germany and things like this. So there is a relevant history there. And people need to know the history. And again, we need to know the details of it to be able to speak on it respectably. However, this had nothing to do with that. What's going on in Israel today has nothing to do with that. You know, at this point, it has something to do with practical things. Everybody has to take accountability. Otherwise, we can't work together. That's what it has something to do with. And the moment, here's another thing. Netanyahu didn't come out to make a statement. This is before this war with Iran. When Trump said he was going to invade Greenland, Netanyahu did not make a public statement about that. When Trump said he was going to invade Canada, which is a sovereign nation, Netanyahu didn't speak up against that. How many people have spoke up against Israel in NATO? For Israel in NATO? How many people have come to Israel's defense in NATO? I'm sorry, but Netanyahu owes NATO, owes the other European members, he owes them a comment about that. Fuck who Trump is. Trump, if he wants to support you, he should do it anyway. You know what I'm saying? But that has nothing to do with capitulating on basic values. You see what I mean? So this is not just about capitulating on Palestine. Man, the guy ain't speaking up about invading people. Well, how can you not help us with our problem and expect us to help you with that? That's a serious goddamn problem. You know what I'm saying? You can't be hanging out with the person that's talking about fucking us up. What the hell is that? That ended it for me. Like, that shit is over. That shit is over. And I think Israelis might want to understand that pretty fast, because you probably not, people are going to remember this for a long time. And lastly, he didn't even pick up the phone to even ask anybody what they thought about invading. Neither him or Trump. No forward warning. Knowing that the EU does not want to be bogged down in a war in the Middle East right now, because they have Ukraine fucking happening. And they got Trump, the lunatic, out there talking about Greenland, splitting up NATO, trying to get them to have to fight and defend everywhere. Fuck all that, man. Friends are supposed to make shit easy for you, not hard. You see, so I think it's going to be a problem now. I think Netanyahu and his party, or whoever else has these kind of ideas, have really made a mistake there. So yeah,
they'll take down everybody.
That's right. And Zionism, by definition, is supporting an ethno-state. You're saying I support an ethno-state, and I support a theocracy. And I thought we all agreed that, you know, secular democracy is the best way to go. I thought we all agreed that human rights and equality is the way to go. I don't make random exceptions to those ideas. I think as a matter of principle, since I believe in Enlightenment values, equality matters, democracy matters, secularism matters. So no, you're not going to bully me into saying I'm against all ethno-states except this one that I'm going to carve an exemption for. That's like imagine somebody doing that with like apartheid South Africa. Yeah, I'm against all ethno-states except apartheid South Africa. It's like, that's crazy. You sound ridiculous when you say that.
I completely agree.
No, somebody said the problem is EU refuses to recognize Palestinian state, just like Jewish state. You have no, it's only some. The EU is split. It's only some nations. It's not all of the EU. Yeah, so it's different. It's different countries, and there's a lot of different. There's a lot of different input coming in from a lot of EU nations don't support Israel militarily at the moment. And then there's some that support Palestinian aid, you know what I mean? More than others. But as far as supporting the state, an actual state, it's split. The EU's been split on that. So some EU states do. I can check in on that for
now. You have some of the Democrats that are getting the message on this. And again, Gavin Newsom changing his opinions.
Okay, let me see. It says 16 out of 27 EU states recognize Palestine as a state. So half do, and that's what I mean. They split. So just again, let's not repeat wrongs. You know what I'm saying? Like let's do our due diligence so we can come out with real solutions. You know what I mean? And just acknowledge people that do things, and people that don't, then let's acknowledge that too. You see what I mean? But let's not put everybody into one swath, because that doesn't help. That doesn't help. When people feel like you're not you're not going to be fair, then you basically push them away. You have more Jews in the United States than Israel. Well, you got more Jews outside of Israel than in Israel. Period. And that's been the case for a long time. That's been the case for forever, man. You know what I'm saying? And there's different histories of Jewish people. There's not one history of Jewish people. I mean, you could go to the Bible and quote that as history if you want, but I'm talking about after all of that. there's different groups of Jewish people that populated different parts of Earth and then migrated to different spaces. You know what I mean? You have some that were Eastern European, right? And they have one history. Then you have Sephardic Jews. They have a whole nother timeline, a whole nother avenue. You see what I mean? And a whole other history. Some went to America, when the colonial period, and some stayed in Europe, or stayed in Eastern Europe. You see what I mean? And then many that were permitted in Western Europe, they converted to Christianity, and then later may have converted back or something, but there's a distinct history there. And so there's different groups. Some of them come from the Levant. Some of them come from North Africa and live in Israel today. Some of them went to other parts of the world. You know what I'm saying? It's okay to be detailed. You know what I'm saying? It's okay to be detailed because at least we avoid, first of all, when people know a little bit about them, they usually treat you a little bit better. And I think it's worth doing that. I try to do that with everybody, with just everybody, man. And I see people as the same, even my ethnic group, man, we got some shitty ass people there. You know what I'm saying? We got some really fucked up people too. And, we have people that make mistakes also, and big headed people that can't admit the mistakes and just want everybody to go along with them no matter what. Even though they know damn well you just got caught out there making a mistake. You know what I'm saying? So we have our hard-headed people too. And in any case, let's hear the rest of this and I'm out, yo. I just wanted to hear this Gavin Newsom criticism real quick. I think it's okay to criticize Gavin Newsom, but at one point we're going to have to get the whole context. But I like the breakdown of what he's saying. I mean, they're basically saying there's no way out of it, Gavin Newsom. Come on, man. Just be real. Take a stand. The shit is not right. No matter how you cut the cookie, something's wrong there. You know what I'm saying? I think that's basically what they're saying. They're doing a good job at it. We mad about Malcolm X. We owe y'all one for Malcolm X is solid, man. What I love about Malcolm X is that he changed. He didn't stand still. That was one of the strongest points of Malcolm X. He didn't stand on stupid. And never. He always elevated constantly. And he elevated to the point where they was like, we got to take this motherfucker out. Like, he's going in the wrong direction. Martin Luther King too. They were people that were willing to grow, man. And I think, but it's so profound about Malcolm X, his ability to grow. King was sharp the entire goddamn time. Malcolm X learned a lot from King, but the beauty of Malcolm X is different because Malcolm X spoke to a different situation. People involved in criminality, African Americans that weren't doing that well, surviving in another way, living a total different kind of life. King was a preacher, man, a Christian preacher, so he wasn't living that street life. So Malcolm X helped a lot of people on the wild side reform, but he also helped people recognize that, damn, we also doing this shit to each other too under the guise of religion. We pretending. We just trying to replace people as exploiters, and that's not good either, And so he exposed a lot, and the man was killed for it, But I respect Malcolm X, man, a lot, Of course, there's many, but Malcolm X, because he was the average street dude that reformed himself and then continued to reform. He didn't just stay there. I got a lot of respect for Malcolm X because of that, man. He started at the bottom, like straight up. Malcolm X started at the bottom. Everything was the bottom. Lost his father, lost his mother, went to a youth home, and then escaped to the streets. All he had was the streets, and he was out there doing what a lot of people identify with: drinking, using drugs, fornicating. I said fornicating, but that's what they called it back then, fornicating. And then he got caught up out there wilding and had to go to jail, life, boom, even though he got out. But they threw the book at him for shit that people don't normally do that much time. Then he was willing to change, and he got changed in prison. Then he got out and he realized, damn, man, these people trying to get me too. They trying to hustle me on some other shit. But he was able to get through that, and You know, Malcolm X, the beauty in him is that he could see things, and he knew a hustle. See, that was the thing about Malcolm X. You couldn't hustle him, and because he knew what a hustle was, and so that's his interesting case, man. He taught me to just be a free thinker, man. Don't settle. Don't be afraid. Live life. Don't be afraid. Don't get caught in a box. That's what Malcolm X taught me. And have principles and morals. You know what I'm saying? Like, have those will guide you. You know. And he also said, keep your religion under your pillow. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I also don't talk about religion a lot. I don't talk about my beliefs because I don't see them valuable to other people. You know, and I don't see it necessary. You know what I mean? I have my own beliefs and my own morals, but I don't need those things to guide me with other people. You see what I mean? Because we should all be guided by common decency, good ethics, and a willingness to help each other and make each other strong. Like all of us, not just me or my ethnic group, but just everybody around us, man. Everybody deals with certain direct and indirect forms of oppression and pain. You see what I mean? So that's another thing about Malcolm X. He could recognize that too. You see what I mean? He saw that we were all equals. We're all brothers and sisters, you know, no matter what background. So Islam helped expose him to that too. You know what I'm saying? So he's a mixed bag, but he because of that, you get to learn a lot from Malcolm X's story because he was a mixed bag. You know what I'm saying? So what I learned most is follow your heart. You know what I'm saying? And try to do good. You know what I'm saying? But on that note, we heard this about Gavin Newsom now. So let me play a little bit more. And just to make sure I don't miss something here, let me see.
Other Dems changing their position now. It feels like pick me, like they don't believe in anything. And so pop this up, Kylie. Democrats.
They got Cory Booker. Yo, I'm glad I watched this because a lot of people not feeling Cory Booker, man. You know, I hear him talking. I hear how he talks. He's going hard on Netanyahu right now, but people are saying, but how hard? Is that real or is that just a? Are you trying to slip out of something, Corey? I don't know, but I think. Yeah. But let me let this play. Damn, that was a shot.
2028 are ditching American Israel Public Affairs Committee money as voters turn against Israel's government. Booker, Newsom, Gallego, Shapiro, Bashir all distance themselves, making it a likely litmus test in the primary. So here's my question.
What? Let me hear this. Damn. Okay. Democrats eyeing 2028 are ditching American Israel Public Affairs Committee money. That's AIPAC. For people that don't know, right? Money as voters turn against Israel government. Booker, Newsom, Gallego, Shapiro, Bashar distance. That's what I was trying to tell people. Listen, you have to understand. Whatever politicians are doing, it's because the public is demanding it. It's not the other way around. And I keep trying to tell people this. AIPAC is not super powerful. They're not. They're definitely not the biggest negative lobby in the United States of America. So we don't need to pretend it either, because there's some other ones that are even bigger and they even more dangerous to Americans. Like straight up, I'm just telling you. You know, AIPAC is dangerous to Palestinians and maybe Arabs, but in America, there's another group that's dangerous to every fucking body. So people need to pay attention to them too. But because of that, since these are not the most powerful, politicians are going to do what people want them to do. So the onus is on people to have real conversations where we educate each other and be cautious about the toxic thing. It's not about you do this or you're this. You know, I hear a lot of people say you support genocide and because I voted for Kamala Harris. No, motherfucker. I knew problems were going to come if this lady didn't win. And no, I didn't believe she was going to be the same as Joe Biden. God damn it. She's a woman, the first woman that's ever served as a goddamn vice president in the country's history. Give her a fucking chance. Don't you know how difficult that is? Have more faith, yo. I fault people for not having more faith. Have faith. Have a little more faith. You have faith for all these goddamn men. Like, Jesus, man. You got one woman that's ever served as the vice president of that was ever in fucking real position to be the president, and you fucking failed her. That's what you did. That's misogyny. Don't ever fucking forget it, because there could be another opportunity like that. Don't let them play you. Like, seriously, I'm serious, man. That is like strange. That people made all kinds of shit about Kamala. That's how you know it's misogyny. Talked about her grandfather was a great-great-grandfather was a slave. It was master in Jamaica. Fucking lies. You know? Listen. AIPAC doesn't make politicians do shit. It's morals and ethics that do. If a politician can receive any amount of money from AIPAC, if they don't have ethics and morals, they will not do the right thing. That's the point. Okay? That is the point. You see what I mean? Don't just make it so easy like, oh, they just mystical, magical own everything. They don't fucking own the United States of America. Don't be stupid. Okay? The math just ain't mathing. Wrong. Kamala Harris didn't hate Palestinians. Every group that voted, that didn't vote for her is fucking regretting it. And you're right for regretting it, because your ass is getting fucking kicked like it's never been kicked before. That's what's happening to you. That is what's happening to you. So, nope. Nah, she ain't on no, she wasn't on no BS, man. You just didn't give her a chance, man. You're never going to see anybody. I mean, you got pedophile, the most corrupt person on earth, and you had an opportunity to have somebody that wasn't. That was your opportunity, and you had a choice, and you made the choice. A lot of people made the choice to not vote. It's kicking their ass right now too. That's what's happening in reality. Was the economy as bad as it was under Biden? Is it as bad now as it was under Biden? It's worse. Do you have less health care? Yes, you do. Is inflation up higher? Yes. Are more people fired? People of color fired? Women fired from federal government? Even white women? Yes. There's a whole list of things that have gone terribly wrong because of that, and it's because they were able to demonize someone. Stop going for the okie doke. Stop going for the okie doke. Man, people just like, I'm gonna tell you, man. People want to, try to. They feel bad. See, they have to demonize Kamala Harris to explain why they supported Trump. Or why they didn't vote. Nah. You just didn't understand what was going on, and you made a mistake. It's better to just say that. See, a lot of us knew, Kamala Harris knew, she said what was going to happen if Trump wins, and it's happening to you. I knew she was right, and I didn't vote for Trump. I voted for her. I said, hey, you know what? It's taken a long time. It takes women 3-4 times harder to get in position to even be able to run to be the president. I'll take my chances with her. Other motherfuckers took their chances with a rapist. That says it all right there. That says it all. You don't know. You had two choices. A woman who's not a rapist. A woman who is not a fucking felon. A woman who comes from a minority background. Anybody that is a minority, anybody that is a woman, and you didn't support this lady, you need to look in the mirror and fix your problem, because that could happen again. You could be back getting the next motherfucker that's fucking with Trump, because that's exactly what they want to do, and all it takes is a bunch of lefties going against each other, not recognizing where they fucked up. Now, the last part about it is that Israel and Palestine are not the United States of America. So Americans will be voting on what is good for Americans first this election. Like straight up. That's what happens, and that's what it's all about. And I'm just saying everybody around Earth should understand that this election is going to be about health care. It's going to be about housing. It's going to be about all those things that folks were saying before that you need, that you didn't get, and that you got taken away. You see what I mean? And no, see, this is what I'm saying. He's talking about both of them are evil. No, man, you're crazy. You're crazy. You got the wrong word, evil. You're crazy, man. If you think that there's any comparison with Kamala Harris and Trump, you are a fucking psycho. You're on the net too long. You need to break it down with just the facts, not with any make-believe shit. You know what I mean? Those are strong words, evil. You know what I'm saying? So you comparing Kamala Harris to Donald J. Trump. What you're doing is you're telling people to not vote. That's what you're doing. And that's what that did the last time. And that's why Trump won. This whole like, they all the same. No, they're not the same. They're only same to stupid motherfuckers that don't want to do the work to pay attention to the detail. Like, I hate to say it that way to you, but you know what I'm saying? You out here on my chat. You know what I'm saying? So don't you call Kamala Harris evil around here, motherfucker. I'm gonna have to explain it to you. Like that no, you confusing what evil. If you don't know what evil is, you getting it right now. Okay? You didn't get that before. Now you didn't get perfect shit before, but that wasn't Kamala Harris. She wasn't the president. So she didn't get a chance to be. And if I was Kamala Harris, I would be sitting back perfectly fine, knowing that people are fucked up in the United States of America and so crazy that they're comparing her to Trump. That's what I would be happy. I'd keep that in mind. You don't owe the United States of America nothing, Kamala Harris. People are fucking crazy. Because when people have an opportunity to vote for education, to vote for, a whole list of things that she was about, the majority of Americans that voted chose Trump. That tells you everything right there. So, everything starts from there. Americans are fucking crazy. You see what I mean? That's what that is. So
a likely litmus test in the primary. So here's my question. If the Democrats are not clear-eyed and look in the camera and say, we do not support apartheid, we do not support genocide, Benjamin Netanyahu is a liar and a war criminal, and we are not going to partner with a war criminal because we already have a president that's a war criminal.
Exactly.
We're anti all of that. We're anti every single bit of that. And Tucker Carlson is making points in 30-second clips where I know a lot of people, that's how they consume politics in flyover states. Like, oh, he says he says that MAGA lost the message. And their whole thing now is, it was never about the man. It was always about the movement. We really are America first. How dangerous is it that Democrats do not have moral clarity on this to carve the way and incubate somebody like Tucker Carlson, who I think is going to run for president?
I don't think, somebody said, I don't think we're going to get a Democrat president. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't give a fuck about the title, the party of the person. But I think what Americans need to be more concerned about, because I think Americans are overly concerned about that. A lot of Americans won't vote for somebody because of their party. And that's how you got people voting for Trump. Just like a lot of Americans won't vote for a woman. A lot of Americans won't vote for a person that has a different color than them. It's just very simple to understand, but I think there's an issue here. I don't vote for people. Although I'm a registered Democrat, I don't vote for people because they're a Democrat. Very simple. It's just very, very simple. I vote for people for the argument of what they say and what they support. Very, very simple. And like I said, Israel and Palestine are not the United States of America. So as a voter, I'm always going to vote for a person that has a very serious plan and show that they care about housing, education, health care, child care, and a decent paying wage that affords them to live in a home. Very goddamn simple. That is called a straightforward, focused perspective on what I want. And if you're not arguing for these things intelligently on the stage, I'm not voting for you. Secondary is the outside world. That's second. That's not first. You see what I mean? So I had enough faith in Kamala Harris that she wanted to do more for Palestinians. She didn't get that chance, though. But that's a secondary issue now. You see what I'm saying? And I'm not saying it's not an issue, but if you're a Palestinian and you live in the United States of America and you only voted for one issue, you're crazy because Trump hates you anyway. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, goddamn, don't you know that? Like, what the fuck? What, Trump hates fucking Muslims. He hates them. Seriously. So what did that get you? You know, and there was a situation put in, a 2-state solution. Do you want that implemented or not? You see what I mean? And so I think there was a lot of Americans that want that implemented. And I think a lot of Americans, whether they got that AIPAC money or not, they were going to be moving towards that. It's only so long Netanyahu can play the game, right? And his game is up now, pretty much. You see what I mean? So I think we need to be a little more detailed and not do ourselves damage, you know? There's no way in hell the first woman that has ever served as vice president in the country's history and care and spoke intelligently about the things that matter, healthcare, housing, a decent wage, child care, elder care. There was no fucking way in the world I wasn't going to vote for her. Now, you did something else. Whatever you did, that's on you, man. That's on you. Keep in mind, I'm an American citizen. I don't live in the United States of America, so I have health care. You know, my kids go to, you know, they get paid to go to university, technical school. If I want to go back to technical school tomorrow, I can go. If I want to go to university tomorrow, I can go. So you vote for who you want to vote for. I vote for the things that I value. And my values are very basic and center to my life first. You know, so that's all I'm saying. You know?
Yeah, I mean, shit, that's a whole can of worms that we can open up there. But I genuinely believe the Republican project.
Devin, man. Devin says they asked her what she was going to do for black people. Look at what she said. But see, there's the thing right there. You know, it's not about what she said. It's about, do you understand what she said? That's different. Did you get what she meant? That's different. You see what I'm saying? That's different. And number two, I don't know how much you follow the Supreme Court, but just what you said with the Supreme Court you have right now, they would have shot anything done with the language that you used. You understand that? That's exactly what shot down the minority farming thing that Biden, you know, did. Right after minority farmers were being discriminated against, when all the other farmers got federal dollars sent out to different states, and certain states were discriminating against minority farmers. Well, Biden passed the bill for them. They got it passed through the Congress, passed through the Senate. It went to the Supreme Court because Republicans wanted to challenge it, and the Supreme Court shot it down, citing that it was discriminatory because of the language. See, this is what you got to follow, man. Don't let people fool you so easily, man. Don't let people fool you. You know, you need to follow what's going on. And a lot of people thought that. What did you do for black people? It's illegal to do anything for black people. You don't understand that? In the Supreme Court, to be honest with you, it's illegal to the Supreme Court. The one you have now, it's illegal. They've made those rulings. The same Supreme Court that you have right now made that ruling under Biden. So you have to understand it. So you can't punish people for trying, man. See, that's exactly what I mean. That's exactly what I mean. You punish the wrong people. That can't happen again. And if you punish the wrong people, you're going to get the same results. Like, very simple. If you punish the wrong people, you're going to get the same results, man. What you need to do is get real about supporting people that are going to impeach Supreme Court justices, support people that are going to impeach Donald J. Trump and his entire administration. That's what you need to get serious about right now. And don't vote for anybody that's not about doing that. That's what you need to do. And yes, at least a couple of those Supreme Court judges need to be impeached. You see, that's what you need to be doing right now. You know, blaming people that tried to do the things that you suggested they should do, but got shot down by the Supreme Court. That's not wise.
Project is cooked post-Trump. I really think for a generation, Republicans are not going to be chosen by the American people because everything is, I mean, we're going to have a Great Depression. We're already in like World War III at the moment. But to your broader point here about AIPAC, the argument needs to be cut off all the money, cut off all the weapons, and sanction Israel. And what they're doing here is the Democrats are effectively trying to do a trick where they say, oh yeah, we'll write off AIPAC. But it's like, okay, did you write off J Street? Did you write off all the other shell groups that...
You know, there's different people that believe in these different groups are, you know, not the same. But listen, I've been saying this to people. It's not just AIPAC. AIPAC's not the only right-wing Israeli lobby group. So stop just saying AIPAC. I've been saying that a million times. People that listen to me, I've been saying that. Oh, big up. Yeah, I support Iran in this one, man. I think it's wrong for the U.S. and Israel to have attacked them. I don't think it was about solutions at all. I think it was about something else. But so there you go. I appreciate you, man. But listen, you know, this kind of thing, we need to stop oversimplifying stuff and generalizing things. It's not just AIPAC. And and it's not just as they ask Kamala Harris, what's she going to do with black people? It's not just that. Those aren't. I know as much as people might want it to be that, it's not that simple. So I feel you. But don't get me wrong, Devin. I'm not saying that Kamala Harris maybe that she gained everyone's confidence. I'm not saying that. Obviously she didn't, but I just think there's something there to where people judged her incorrectly, like way too wrong, like in a way that I've never seen. The only thing closest to it I've seen is Obama, but Obama's a man. He could get over that hurdle. What I'm suggesting to you is that she's a woman. She couldn't get over that hurdle that way, you know, with the same other dynamics going on. That's what I'm suggesting. And I think it's more misogyny and discrimination is the reason why. The reason why I use the word discrimination is I'm saying people judged her unfairly, not for who she is, but for what, you know, spookified her. You know what I'm saying? So let's continue.
Effectively our Israel lobby money, because the Israel lobby is adjusting, and now they're changing their name to random shell groups, and they're running ads for their preferred candidates where they don't even mention Israel. They're like hiding the fact that they support Israel. So they've adjusted, and they know you're still going to have candidates like Gavin Newsom and J.B. Pritzker and Josh Shapiro. They are going to find a way to get that Israel lobby money, because the Israel lobby knows, hey, these are people who will actually support us, and that's where we need to be sophisticated. And so,
yo, do me a favor, click the like button, y'all. If you haven't clicked the like button, do me that favor, click the like button. If you're watching your TV, just pick up the remote and click the like button on the video. It helps more people come into the stream now, see the stream now when I'm live, but also after the stream is done. It helps more people find the video in the YouTube system. So I appreciate that. I appreciate everybody that's already clicked the like button and come in and chimed in, and also in the chat. The reasonable people, and you don't have to know so much. Everybody's learning, so don't worry about that. I get it, and that's why I'm good at what I do, because I like to bring people together, but I like to go do it through factual information, not just spookifying people and trying to get people in different groups based on spookism. It's like, nah, let's all get real about what's happening and what's really going on and affecting us all, and try to get to the center of the problem. But without real, you know, the precise facts, we can't do that. You see what I mean? So let's support each other, and we know some of the dynamics that have occurred. We know Putin didn't like the West. He tried to break up NATO. We know that Trump is in Putin's pocket. We know that Netanyahu, you know, Trump is in Netanyahu's pocket. They got him for something. And we know that it's all corrupt. And, you know, we know that Putin fears the Western world, like totally. And it's not because the Western world is doing anything to him. It's because Putin hasn't done shit for the average Russian person. That's what it's about. You know, and when he looks at where Russia is today compared to Western Europe or the United States or other Western countries, Russia lives in shame. That's what it is. and so he tries to project out to other nations that have done a little bit better. You see what I mean? And Western Europe has done way better than Russia. Western Europe is the second, the EU has 450 million people. It's the second biggest economy, only tied with China. So they have universal health care, universal education, workers' rights. Everybody has paid leave. That's not a joke. And paid leave where your check is high enough to where you can afford to travel somewhere else and see part of the world. That's not a joke. Those aren't things to joke about. Strong union jobs. That's not things to joke about. Those things matter in your life. Those things matter. You see what I mean? So, and instead of Putin looking at that, obviously he doesn't want to look at those things. He despises those things because he hasn't achieved those things for Russians. He's been too busy, playing the villain around the world, being concerned about, the ego of Russian, what do we call that? Exceptionalism, Russian imperialism. That he's still living in that old competition world where it's like you're believing how great you were at one time. It's like, man, goddamn, you're the biggest country on earth and you ain't doing shit with it. Like, get the fuck out of here, man. You want more land and you can't understand that some people just don't fucking like you. Your neighbors don't like you because how you treated them. You treated them like they're second class, third class citizens, like they're slaves. That's why people break away from Russia, because they have a problem with that. Okay? They colonized, the place is so big because they colonized everybody in the region. And it's shameful and pitiful that people don't know that seem to forget this shit. Like, stop playing games about this stuff, man. Any case, let's hear some more.
So we need to get right to the point. Do you support an arms embargo on Israel? Do you support cutting off all subsidies to Israel moving forward? And if they waffle on that, or they get it wrong, then we should have no interest in them whatsoever for being the standard bearer for the Democrats.
Okay. And what do you think? Like, I have this fantasy where some progressive senators will, and you hear rumblings of it, but then they never do anything, where it's like Senator Warren, Chris Van Hollen, Chris Murphy, and others just revolt and say, Schumer, hit the bricks. You're not meeting the moment. How effective do you think it would be right now for a Democratic Party if in the House they said, Hakeem, hit the bricks, buddy, we're stripping you, and in the Senate they did it, and they actually governed with an accelerant the same way that Trump governs with an accelerant on him, and we started playing offense. And
this is an interesting point. I've heard this argument before, but I wasn't impressed by it. But let me hear it this time made again.
We started controlling the news cycle. Because even Trump has said, I'm surprised at how little pushback I get from these people. He said that out loud. What do you think the impact that would have?
I don't know about Trump. I don't think you could use him as a litmus test because he's a very manipulative person. He says things that have consequence. So Trump is a slime ball. He's a snake. So he's aware of how statements like that work in the public. He's playing on what's already been put out there in the public, and the public is that as far as lefties is the narrative is that Dems aren't fighting hard enough. So of course Trump is going to play on that, and I think we got to be very careful here about how we look at Trump's statements. It's like, come on, man, lefties. If you listen to lefties have always been saying this for a long time. Democrats don't fight hard enough. You think Trump don't hear that? And my thing is like, let's not give Republicans, let's not give them talking points. Let's not give them ammunition. Like, that's not what you want to do. You don't want to give them ammunition. And also, you need to be a little more confident. Yeah, I agree. They need to draw a harder line, definitely, with Israel. But not only that, corruption, election funding. We need to have a real conversation about who is funding the right-wing policies, not just because they're called right-wing, but what those policies are about. So Americans, even the right-wing people, can understand what they've been fucking voting for. Listen, you MAGA people, you voted for poverty. You voted to be put in poverty. How could you fucking do that and not realize it? We got to take that up. And it's the same thing. If Americans don't get to a point of why don't we as Americans have shit and everybody in other Western nations does. Why don't we, the average American, how come we don't all have security, but everyone in every other Western nation does? Why? It's because we vote to not have the same security, and we don't need to spookify it. You see what I mean? We don't need to spookify that. We vote to not have security. We could have if we voted for it, if we make our politicians talk about the lack of security for families, not just one family, all families, not just Democrat families, but MAGA families too. Not just MAGA families, but Democrat families too. Goddamn, we all Americans. We all Americans. You know how other countries have a decent standard of life? Because they see themselves as all Danes or all this or all that. That's why they do. Americans, we got to do better with this shit, man. We're voting against our everyday people's own best interests. That is always fucking wrong. That's always wrong. And you could do two things at once. It has nothing to do with what you think about Iran, nothing to do with what you think about Israel. If you don't get that part right first, it won't mean nothing. If you don't get how best to treat American citizens at home, how we should be treated dignifiedly by our government, why we should have a dignified life like most people in other Western NATO countries, if we don't get that right at home, nothing else matters. Like, we got to be real about it. In any case, I'm out, y'all. I see it's been a minute. I appreciate everybody for coming out. Listen, click the like button if you haven't clicked the like button, and subscribe if you haven't subscribed to my channel. I'm born and raised in Washington, D.C., but both sides of my family go back to the colonial period. But as a grown-ass man, I live in Copenhagen, Denmark. I live in Denmark, a great country on its own, in its own right, something Americans can learn something about. We could learn a little about pride from paying attention to what's going on in other countries. And Denmark is one of those countries. I'm happy to live here. It's a blessing to live here. And I was happy to see everybody in Denmark stand up against this motherfucker Trump. And so, having said that, it's not the first American demonstration against punk ass Trump this year. I co-organized one of them, and I've been to another one, a couple of other ones, and now tomorrow between 1 and 2 o'clock in front of the American Embassy, we will have another one in Copenhagen, Denmark, in Østerbro. Come and check it out. After that, I will be going to Folkehus at Steengade 50. I'll be there at 3 o'clock on a panel also discussing human and civil rights. So come out and check the things out. I appreciate everybody. I'm going to catch up with you guys soon. And 12 hours from now. Peace, y'all. Thank you. Fuck Trump. Impeach Trump. Release the Epstein files. See ya.
They want war. Crime babies looking for food. Starvation, the recipe. People subdued. When the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day in every clue. Don't let it go. It's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets with the people in the slums and the homeless bums with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep. Leaving 7 roads to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a death old? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct, and I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink, but I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and up and we on the break. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die. You voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song. They want war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so lotus coming out of the mud with colors. I create envy in those with power but jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers. Cause I understand we link forever. They try to hate us even though that we keep it together. I'm not talking about controlling the air or the weather. I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack and now there's double. But nature gets the shit in a way that's subtle. If you stop the machines for a minute you might hear, but they won't cause the TVs whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't tear, and they cloud up and get crazy and won't stare. And like an ad, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison. The spiritual thoughts, so yes, the mental prison. The outside, yes, it's got to get through. Something's gotta die so something here can live. Your life is nothing if you got nothing to give. Keeping the spiritual, yes, disguised as religion. Controlling your mind, the mental prison. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. Them diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. Them diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. I traveled the globe just to gain perspective. The theory of relativity applied. Of course, it took a while to decide how I should proceed, but either my life is truly based upon need, so I move forward with more deliberate speed. Smash corny motherfuckers that stuck on greed. My seed is worth more than $1 million in future stock. The goal is to break the safe, the padlock. Mad cats can't stop it, need a rocket. Your style is boring and cold, mine is tropic. Battles you want, commit, you'll change the topic. My partner should get to put your beat in the pocket. So this nigga here can proceed to destroy your stereotypical pop rap gangsta ploy. Not hating on niggas from the ghetto, but I'm hating on copycat rappers from the meadow. They procreate bullshit without paying a price. That's like talking about CeeLo with no dice. I drink milk, but that's about it. I won't compare dairy MCs to dope shit. I want you full undivided in this here place. One thing to entertain and to educate. Your bum ass niggas and your non-believers. You know we change your membrane every time you see us. The odds can't stand the way we make away ease. The way we get love from the finest ladies. Oh my son, oh here comes another one. About to take it to the place that lies under the sun. Sometimes I think about, does love still exist? Yeah, I have my doubts. On the street, I check out how brothers be living. Yo, let's just say, kid, it ain't no Thanksgiving. We got people shooting dope, ain't never heard of hope. We got others with the gat and the brothers with the fucking scope. As I enter the project center rec rooms, some brothers might see the doom. I see my nigga Paulo, fat pockets of papes. He knows the neighborhood biddies with all the dopest shapes. There goes Rollo with the blowout fro. He's got a gat, hey yo niggas gots to go. No show is live when narrating, fuck Memorex. My nigga Rollo's got Apollo's chest. One slug blasted out, down boy died. Now show me some love, kid, it sounds like a fucking yes, you lie. know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong. Sometimes I think how the world come to this. A place where every man and woman needs a therapist. Mass confusion, people living in delusion. Justify all the bullshit through the Constitution. Meanwhile, the masses struggle to survive. I think we're too busy to hear our people's cries. Singles mothers struggle to raise families. Genocide committed through famine and disease. I wonder if these things will ever cease to exist. I know it could if we cease and desist. Giving all the power to the industrialists. Giving all our power to the damn commercialists. They see us just as being sheep in this world. They want us to do what we're told, like boys and girls. Oh God, I wanna live another day so I can help provide equality and this yes, day. You know, the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong. Everybody around the globe, open up your earlobe, your third eye, and then decipher the code. Through knowledge, understanding, then bring love into the concept instead of bling bling. Truth instead of biased educational methods. Twisting, contorting God's message of love for every human being. Listen, motherfucker, don't you hear the screams? It's time to do much more than talk, debate, and spread hate. We need to think and at the same time investigate. Understand what our actions may create. Before continuing the cycle we procreate. We can clone humans, but at the same time we can't feed humans. The future of man is actually looming. It's really depressing, it's true. And yes, you know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on.